Okay. It is now 2:01 PM on September 5th, 2024, and time for the regular meeting of the Boardtown Divide Public Utility District, and it's now called to order. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Director Saunders,
Present.
Director Stovall,
Present.
Director Thornborough,
Here.
Vice President Seaman. Here. President McDonald.
Present.
And then today for presenting staff, we have General Manager Nicholas Schneider, Office Finance Manager Jessica Buckle, Operations Manager Adam Brown online, Water Resource Manager Alexis Elliott, and Legal Counsel Frank Spondorio.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So now I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time, I'd like to ask if there are any public comments on the adoption of the agenda.
Yeah,
The floor is now open to read.
well, it's just a clarification on the closed session on item B, that unfair practice charge number, blah, blah, blah. Is that like a government code or is that like a union code?
Yeah,
It's just the number that's assigned to us from the Public Employee Relations Board. It's
Okay.
an administrative court number.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. I don't see anybody online with a hand up or present. So I'll now close it for the public comment period. No further public comment will be allowed. May I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Motion to adopt the agenda. Second. Second by Director Thornborough. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. This time, now we'll have the public forum. Please note the guidelines for the public forum as they appear on the meeting agenda. And as a reminder, under the Brown Act, the public must address all their public comments to the board and not to the staff and members of the public. Due to Brown Act limitations, the board's not able to discuss or take action on items not on the agenda. The public forum is now open. Mr. Dowd.
Steve Dow. Sunday, I went to IKEA's in West Sacramento, and on the way, I went by the suburban propane tanks just past Marval. And I know I've mentioned in the past about the two cedar trees that are leaning over the ditch that are right there, the ditch that goes to Sweetwater Treatment Plant. And those things are still standing, and both of them are dead. And if they go, they're right on the ditch, the roots are right into the ditch. And we put the cement, we cemented them up, and so in the wintertime, if those things go down, it's gonna rip the ditch out. And I've mentioned this twice before, and that's the first time I've been by there in a while. So I noticed it. You guys notice it every day, but probably, but don't see it. But if those trees go down, we're in trouble, especially in the wintertime, because that all freeze up. Water will go both ways. It'll be a big ice sheet, and Sweetwater won't get water for a while. So just mentioning, you know.
This is over by the suburban tanks by Marval.
Yeah, past suburban tanks around the corner, just before you go down the hill to Gray Bar Mine Road,
Oh, okay.
right across from Mount Eaton Road. And they're both trees are leaning that way, like that,
Okay.
and they're dead, cedar trees.
Take note of that.
It's unfortunate, they're not on our property, so we can't really do a whole lot with them. They're somebody else's trees. We've tried. We've reached
So
out,
who gets blamed when they go down? The homeowner?
not really.
I'd just take them down. You got people around here, just and
We've tried, we reached out to them.
just block the roads,
No,
down they go, and you guys will be safe.
Why can't the county do it?
County can do it if they want to get involved, but we've reached out. We have a forester who's working on some work right now throughout the district, so it's part of it's on our list. We are aware of the issue, but we can't.
It'll also be a hazard to driving, you know, if those trees come down inside the cars, you're gonna get killed.
yeah.
Yeah, call the county for us if you want. That'd be awesome. We've tried. We've done a lot of, we've reached out to a lot of people.
Director Seaman.
I thought we had an easement so many feet on either side of that ditch.
We do have an easement, but we still have to be very careful with how we take trees and stuff out. We can't just willy-nilly go and cut trees without reason.
They're 4 feet on the ditch. I mean, they're right there, the ditch.
I'm fully aware of what you're referring to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dowd. We have Bob with his hand up online. Floor is yours, Bob. You there, Bob? You off mute?
Yeah, he's off, you know.
Bob online going once?
Yes, this is Steve Pro.
Oh, okay, Mr. Pro.
Bob is the name of my computer.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Isn't there a possibility in regards to the trees in the last subject that you just trim the top of them that's overhanging the easement that we have for the ditch? That way you don't have to go onto anyone else's property. But if it's overhanging your property, you have a right to go in and trim just the tops of it, which would take pressure off of the bottoms of it. That's just a comment on it. My other comment is, I've been noticing that the board, through its staff, is having last minute updates to the agenda rather regularly, and it's very frustrating to the public, at least me, when they get that, because they say it's updated, but it doesn't say what's updated on it. So you got to spend more time on it. And then I also like to comment to the board that it seems as if there's an awful lot of lawsuits coming up on the agendas. And that's got to be costing the district a whole bunch of money just to respond to those. This is a comment to the board and to staff. And I wish that that would stop. But it seems as if the attitude of what I just see with the general manager today, like, huh, I'm not going to worry about that. That's below me. My opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe. That's noted, and thank you for participating in the public forum today.
I'll just address the email that went out that updated the agenda packet states in red. The legislative report has been updated and can be found as an attachment on the meeting page. This meeting page is easily accessible through click here button seen below. So it does clearly state what was updated. All we updated was adding the legislative report that's clearly attached as an extra item on the agenda.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands up. There, I do now. Sheree?
But in the past, it wasn't like that.
It has been for quite a while.
No, it has not. Sorry, I look at it every time. Thank you.
And I'll now close the public forum comment period. Thank you. Consent calendar. Approval of minutes and approval of surplus list additions. Are there any board members that wish to pull any of these items for further discussion? I see none. I'm going to open it again to public comment. Now on this item, or any public comment?
We're not-
We have one over here.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Just waiting for one.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yes, Sheree, we're
Okay, I'm fine.
consent calendar, okay. I don't see hands raised online present. Go ahead, Director Stovall.
Approve the consent calendar. Second.
Seconded by Director Saunders, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I ask a quick question?
Director Seaman, go ahead.
On the approval of the surplus list, is that, what item is that?
4B. 1B. It's consent calendar item 4B. Oh.
It's on the top.
One.
Because I had questions about that, I'm sorry. It would be nice to have that listed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Technically, we already voted on and approved it, so. I would just.
Well, we didn't vote on it yet.
Oh, we didn't?
No,
We're in the middle of it.
Okay, then feel free to discuss it.
Besides do-overs are our new thing.
Yeah, motion for reconsideration or
well, it's not like I had it where the list of items,
Questions?
what it was. Yeah, I guess we can talk about it now and get it.
Mhm.
So is it three items or is it six items that are on that list? Because it says, at this time, a total of three items have been exceeded their useful life. And when I look here, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items.
I got four,
Well, that's because you have four numbers, but there's a 2 after oven and a 2 after incubator.
Okay.
So that,
Oh, I can chime in here. Yeah, there's more than one item. I think the beginning of staff report was a typo. So it should be oven. There's 3 of them. So if you add up the items on the list, is how many items there are. I apologize for that.
okay, so there's like 6 or 7 now.
Correct.
It looks like 6.
Well, if there's 3 others.
Well, they said 3 ovens, 2 incubators, a centrifuge and a scale. So that's 7?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
So we have a first and a second. After that point of clarification, all in favor now? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0 unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we'll proceed to the Office of Finance Manager's report. Jessica?
So we have included it's not the final fiscal end report for fiscal year 23-24 because we still have this third quarter or this first quarter of this final fiscal year to make sure all of last year's purchases are moved and everything is in the right place before we start the audit. So it will change a little bit, plus any revenues we get in for the past due bills get put back automatically in the billing system when we get those payments in back to last year. So the revenues will continue to go up as we get the July bill paid. We still have a lot of accounts outstanding. And then we have included the July financials for fiscal year 25. If there's any questions.
Director Thornburg.
I'd like to review this further in time, but I had one quick question, and looking at a purchase order for, it's BST 01, BST services, basically for uphill canal rock. I was curious, out of that $156,000, had we had the 10-wheeler dump truck at the time, what kind of savings could that have resulted in?
It's a calculation we would have to make.
Like, okay, I'm just curious what we're gonna save next time.
Chime in on a project like that, the sheer volume would have been, and how they're running for 3 or 4 months nonstop. So it would have been hard to quantify in a way that just be the sheer volume, because we had 2 or 3 trucks, a transfer truck running every day. So
Okay, that answers, because yeah, the volume and the size of the truck we have versus the double trailers that probably went up there. Thank you.
Director Thornburg.
Wow, this is a year.
You mentioned on the audit, do you have any idea or approximately when the audit would start?
The preliminary start date is November because we have until October to make sure that we are done in-house before we hand over our financials.
And is it the same company that's been doing it, or do we find it?
Yeah,
It's
we
the third
contracted
year,
for-
so we're gonna have to go back and do a RFP.
It said 3 years with
Plus
a
2 years.
possible of an additional year.
So we go one more year with Maze and then go back out to, you can only have an auditor for 5 years total, then you have to switch. Okay.
No more board comment or questions, and I'll open it up to the public. Sheree?
The gas and electric, yeah, I remember,
What fiscal year are you in?
well, just the July. So check 26482,
So this fiscal year?
just the monthly. July. It's 26,000, is that just for one? Is that,
For PG&E?
yeah,
No, we pay all of our accounts on one check.
because if you go back further, there's more PG&E.
It's not one check with like.
No, it's all
15
split up every account separate.
Well, then
We do
there's
that on
checks, then
usually
there's
one
about
check.
7 or 8 on the next page.
Oh, okay, so there's some that are put together and then there's some that aren't.
Okay,
They're all individual.
It depends on when we get them in. If we get them all in 1 week.
But what I'm saying is that each account is written a separate check. So one check isn't covering multiple accounts. Every one has a separate. That was, we started doing that a long time ago because what was happening was PG&E would have to credit the right accounts if you give them a check with, that covers more than one account, and they were messing things up. And so, and this was a long time ago, they said, we write a check for every single account. So if there's a check for 26,000, I'm trying to remember what.
well, and then there's on the next page, there's another 7 or 8 to PG&E, there's one below that.
Yeah.
So my question is with the 26, because last year it was 19,000, there was a big check in July.
I think if I,
Yeah, mine went up
Well, I
if
know it went
double
up.
too.
I can interject, the 26 was, would be ALT treatment plant, the 8 or 9 would be Walton. Those are the 2 biggest ones.
26,000 for the,
Yeah.
It is expensive.
We
Okay, about
we need solar.
we pay
$180,000.
$312,000 a year at
Yeah.
Sweetwater.
But I didn't realize that was ALT. Okay, that was my question.
It has gone up quite a bit. It used
Oh, I know
to
that,
be like 15,000, not that long ago.
right. Well, a year ago it was 19.
Right,
Okay, I didn't know if it was for one item or 2, so
Yes.
they are all individual.
they are all in.
Okay.
okay.
Wasn't sure.
When I see them in the billing, they're all together. When I approve them.
When I see the checks and I gotta spread them all out, we're gonna try to figure out which check goes with which one.
I see no more hands raised anywhere, so I'll now close for public comment. Thank you. Now we'll open it up to informational items. Board reports.
Actually, before you do a board report, if you wouldn't mind, I missed my window here for a public comment. If I could just kind of, you do this on a board report. Maybe I can steal some of Director Stovall's time, if you don't mind.
That's all, this is not my time, this is the district's time, okay?
Well, if there's a reason why, we got a letter from the runner of Day on the Divide, the person who was in charge of that. And on behalf of K-Folk Community Radio, we wanted to extend a huge thank you to you and your GPUD team for supplying water for the Day on the Divide. It was much needed and appreciated donation on such a hot day. We mentioned and thanked GDPUD during the concert, which saw over 800 people. The event was a huge success and we will be back for our 3rd annual Day on the Divide next year. Thank you, Nick, for GPUD's continued support to our local community. So I just wanted to make sure you all got to hear that from them.
That's a big turnout.
Yeah, it was a big one. I didn't get a chance to go, but they said it was huge.
I heard it all the way up the street.
Thank you, Nicholas. Board report, Director Saunders.
The only thing of significance to add on is with the Regional Water Authority, they're gonna promote advocacy to the State Water Resource Control Board. Right now, the policy is focusing on hotter and drier, and we want to advocate hotter, drier, wetter, so it accounts for the storm waters and flooding and times when we get excess water, so that's to allow for the ability to store that and the ability for reservoirs and the ability for flood control. Because right now, that's not part of their policy. That's about it. And the only thing to add on that's not on this was yesterday, we went on a tour around the district, so where all that gravel was that you were talking about, so it's pretty significant that they have the gravel all of the upcountry all over, so.
Interesting how they got it done. Some of those roads that transferred. Yeah. How they did that. Thank you, Director Son.
And we saw your entrance to kayak the tunnel, so we saw the tunnel.
When do I go?
We're doing an inspection while you're doing it.
I got a kayak.
Just to piggyback on what Nick just said, I really appreciate the district taking a collaborative stance on working with the recreational district to support community events and community things like K-Folk Radio. Like you said, there was about 800 people that attended. It was a great turnout. And when I talked to people, they really liked that venue. It's much better than down at Lotus Park where there's no shade and there's lots of room for people to spread out. It was a very popular community event for Garden Valley and the whole thing. I will be attending the required 2020-24 Special District Leadership Academy on November 3rd to the 6th. And also I will be out of town for the next board and financial meetings. That's all.
Thank you. Treasurer Thornwell.
Can't think of anything.
Vice President Seaman.
And the National Night Out, we had 3 town halls that we all attended. We had an irrigation committee meeting that last minute, no quorum, we didn't have it. And, Director Stovall and I started the, strategic planning. So, that was good. The one thing I would request that if before these events that we had voted on doing, we would be notified on whether we're gonna be needed or not to attend them. Cause like the Day on the Divide, we didn't know what was going on. And I had to contact the district to find out if we had a booth or not, and that's how it happened. So I don't think that's quite appropriate, and so we need to have a little better notification to the board. So we know whether we need to man a booth or whether we're not.
So the only two that we don't really do a booth is that one and Halloween.
But we didn't know that.
I apologize.
Sure.
It's just it's a long and big event, so we donated water and did our outreach that way.
Thank you. Last month I attended Finance Committee meeting as liaison. The Chamber of Commerce meeting and talked about the water and wastewater cost of service and rate study. Surprisingly, everybody smiled when I mentioned that there's going to be a rate increase. It was unusual to see people smile at the thought of that happening. I went to 3 water rate town halls and we're planning to have a Auburn Lake Trails Community Town Hall on September 24th at 6 p.m. Since we didn't have, there was a day they had their board meeting and we're going to speak to them specifically about how it affects them. And we're going to get support with sending out the announcements because it is specifically to them. So there should be a bigger turnout. And that's all that I have. Director Seaman.
What is we are going to do this town hall at Auburn Lake Trail?
Director Saunders.
Well, it's probably gonna be a board event. We're gonna discuss it because there is actually an agenda item on the 218, so we're gonna wait till that came up to discuss it.
Thank you.
And that's all I have. Now, Operations Manager's report.
As much as I know Adam would be itching to do this while he's supposed to be recovering, I'm going to do it for him. I will be your interim operations manager for the month. You can see the capacity of Stumpy. We're down to approximately 85 to 86%. Was up there yesterday with a couple of directors, was still right at the bottom of the concrete for the spillway. So it's still quite a bit of water there. Looks like we're gonna end the season in a pretty good spot. Couple of activity pictures on here, some lateral line replacements. You can see the work that they're doing. And then you can see some of the clearing operations that we're doing around the canals. So looks like we're using some of the equipment that we just received. Lastly, I want to kind of spend a little bit of time on the last couple pictures. So on page 4 of the operations report, you see a hillside there. And that is actually a dam, the dam at Walton, and that's the from generally Wentworth Springs Road looking up, up the dam face, and then you see a tree that's, in the water there. Go to page 5 and you can see that the dam face has had extensive work done to it. This is, required by DSOD, Department of Dams and Safety. Basically, there was some incidents where people were trying to drive up and down the dam and did some damage to the dam. And they did some, had put depressions, so it would basically go up and then in and then up. And this was, to re-smooth the face for erosion. You can see the final picture there on the bottom of page 5. That's kind of what it looks like now. It's got some straw wattles for erosion. We do have a hydro seeder, that we're gonna have come out and put in some additional plants, so it's not just a barren dirt wall, and plus it'll also help with continued erosion control. So I just wanted to make sure I make a special note of this. This is a big project, and some of you board members may have heard about this or even been up the area to see this. So and then
Is there any way we could place some boulders every 5 feet or so to keep further
no, the dam, no, you can't do that.
along the road?
We
We
could-
can't drive in.
Well, there's a gate there now. So if you'd see the driveway, this is a driveway to somebody's home right here. And the homeowner put a gate right here, so it's much harder to access right here.
Okay.
So yeah, we don't, this damage that happened a few years ago, I think. Okay,
Also, I think it's important to look in this picture. You can really see a good visual of the siltation for the reservoirs.
Yeah.
yeah,
Really,
I
really
didn't,
stands out.
I didn't even notice that, but yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good
it's like-
good note.
Yeah.
And so that'd be the result of the fire. What you see there is on the upper right corner, that's all the silt that's coming down from the fire areas. It's basically creating a sandbar there at the beginning of the reservoir.
Is that stopping?
That's Walton Lake. Walton is basically catching all the silt, and it gets clean going down further than that, but that's kind of the gathering point for it all. The monthly water demand assessment, you can see went up just a little bit in gross water use and a little bit up in the residential water use. We did have a couple pretty hot days in July, can attest to that. But we're still on track. So if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to take them from the board at this time.
Anything the board? Water Resources Managers report. Alexis?
It's inspections, 6 escrows, 2 new inspections or plan reviews. One of the escrow inspections resulted in a new pump tank. We did, second quarter zone report was due the 1st, and then I had a water audit validation meeting with the eSource, our validator. That's not due until October, but I have a few questions to finish up and then it'll be submitted October 1st. We did get a little bit of rainfall, 0.14, put us on the board a little bit. Nothing really changed with weather. They're still saying Enso neutral till the end of September, November, and then we're supposed to flop into the El Nino. And then I just realized the formatting for the rain chart down here got messed up when I switched it from, converted it from Word to PDF. So I'm sorry, it got kind of cut off, and there was supposed to be lines on it, so it's easier to read, but I'll make sure next time it stays on there.
Any board comment? No board comment? The ends report, Nicholas.
Yeah, August was a few events. We did National Night Out, like was mentioned by Director Seaman. Later that week was when the Crozier fire broke out, so we were closed for 3 days here. Did attend a few cooperators meetings over the weekend just to ensure that we were kind of in line with everything that we needed to do in case anything got bigger. Last week I attended the Aqua Executive Edge meeting, which is a brand new leadership training course with myself and Adam Brown. It was a great kind of training on how to be a leader, what kind of strengths you have, how to capitalize on those strengths. So it was a really good meeting, and I'll just thank Aqua Region 3. We both, Adam and myself, received a scholarship to attend that conference for free. Next week, I will be in Indian Wells at the CSDA annual conference. We will be receiving an award there for a District of Distinction. Sorry, is it Transparency?
It's, yeah.
Sorry, District Transparency Award, I apologize. And I will be attending with Elizabeth, and Alexis also will be headed down to Indian Wells to receive the award for us. So that is my report. And you see a couple pictures from the National Night Out, especially with our world famous water drum.
World famous?
World.
Don't tell her that.
Oh, I'm telling her. She hugged a dog.
Oh, geez.
Look at the picture. She
You're
hugged the dog.
You're gonna need a bigger costume for her head.
It's a Hellfire's mascot or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Garden is a garden alley.
Yeah, is it?
Director Saunders.
So next time we can apply for the district with distinction, because if Robert finishes his SDLF
We need all 5.
and all 5, so that means 2 of you have to do it as well. But then Mitch has finished it and I have finished it, so we'll send ours in.
Oh, and I have one more announcement, and Director Stovall's being too modest. We actually received a scholarship for him to attend his SDLF training.
Thank you for reporting that.
Yeah, fully paid for conference. All he has to pay for is the travel, the time, and the hotel room.
Of all time.
Well, like if you're gonna drive or if you're gonna, however he's gonna get there, so.
Thank you. This time I'd like to open up to public comment. For informational items. None present and no hands raised from the Zoom community. I'm gonna close it for public comment. And at this time, committee reports, beginning with the irrigation committee.
We had most everybody there, but one that said they were gonna show up, didn't make it, so we didn't have a quorum. So our next meeting is September 17th. And I would like to thank Liz for putting out, I'm assuming it's Liz, for putting out that little blurb on, for the irrigation customers.
Yeah.
Like, oh, by the way, those ponds are not for your personal use.
Actually, I went out to everybody, so I didn't just go to.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, that went to
Okay.
everybody, because if other people had access to
Okay,
infrastructure, it went to everyone.
okay, but it was very nicely written and I thought it was very clean.
Thank you. Finance committee. Andy Fisher, not present. Would you like to speak about that?
Yeah, we had a very informative and brief meeting. I think it lasted close to an hour. I think that once we get the end of the year reports, the finance committee will look at the budget again and see kind of where we stand from what the actual expenses were, and look at that perspective looking forward. Next meeting is on the 26th of September.
Director Seaman?
So do you guys, cause like I was glancing through and when I see 80+% leftover money, are you guys looking at that, like these individual items and then bracketing them back to the budget to see, well, do we really, if it's 80 some, I'm just coming up with numbers, but 80 some percent, oh, you know, that they haven't spent. And now the budget's the same as it was last year. Do we cut that back and note those items that maybe they should be cut back?
I anticipate that the committee's gonna look at those and validate, maybe validate some wrong, but reassess what the actual expenditures were in a concept of not just last year, but over a period of time.
Okay.
And then come back with the board with some recommendations
That'd
on
be great.
revising the budget. they may choose to delay that till maybe next year. But that's up to them what they want to do. But I see them as a very high quality, high focus research into the budget arena. I'm real impressed with the.
Yeah, this
thought
is
and the
just what I've
knowledge that goes
seen
into
is that
that.
numbers, there's big money left.
Yeah.
And if we had the same amount of money for this year's budget, why is it to me, it's inflated. And maybe that needs to be looked at and then brought back to the board to reassess the budget.
And I agree with, yeah, but given complete information with all, once we get the official engineer. I totally agree with you.
Thank you.
I recall you were also impressed with Nicholas's presentation of the water and wastewater cost of service study. It was very concise and clear, and the way he presented to the finance committee.
I don't know if it was the fourth time I heard it, or if it was our GM presenting it in a more grounded way than Sanjay. But I found it very more informative and easy to understand with Nick's presentation.
Thank you. I felt the same way. Thank you. Our next meeting scheduled for September 26th. That would be a Thursday. Okay, ad hoc labor negotiations.
Or none.
Right. Nothing there to report. And then strategic planning.
I thought it was a really highly productive meeting. We met for close to 2
hours.
Almost 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
There were things in there for the board members to fill out, and I presented those in an email format so they can be updated for the next meeting, and the next meeting is gonna be on October 28th.
Yeah.
But I'm impressed with what's been done, what's going on, and what will come out of that.
Thank you. If there's no board member comments on the committee reports, I'll open it up to public.
It might have been with the other, but what happened to irrigation the other day?
We didn't have a quorum. We.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the irrigation.
Sorry. There was it was another report. It will be in the next report. We had there's a big kind of a concrete pipe that we found that had a huge leak in it. And it was a quite substantial one that we had to turn off the water. We had to fix the leak, and then we had to do some concrete patches on the pipe.
Okay, so that was for Card Valley. Is that
I think it was other areas. I think it was a pretty sizable area that had to be shut off.
Oh, okay. I thought they were the only ones that had pipe.
Yeah, the main raw water pipeline.
Okay.
See no other hands raised. I'll close it for public comment period. Next agenda item is the action items, beginning with receive the legislative update and develop positions from the board. You understand? Director Saunders.
So just to update on how legislation works. So first, the assembly will present their bills, then it'll go through the committees, their appropriations. Once it passes, it switches houses. So the assembly bills go to the Senate bills go to the assembly. The same things will occur. It'll go to committees, then appropriations. Appropriations is usually where a lot will get suspended, and it'll be either a 2-year suspense or killed. So anything that's on the red here in updates have been put on the suspense file. And then anything in yellow has been passed and is waiting to be enrolled or engrossed. So enrolled or engrossed basically means that it's passed the Senate and the Assembly, and they both concurred to the amendments. And then it's basically proofreading to make sure that all of the amendments are in and that everything's fine before it goes to the governor. And then there's a couple that are in green that are going to the governor. Once it goes to the governor has up to September 30th to sign a bill into a law or veto it. So we still have some time to do advocacy still. Last couple of weeks were a lot of stuff was going back and forth. We were trying to get a lot of amendments put in, a lot of The last day really for voting was the 27th and 29th to get bills passed, so that's why there's been updates from since the last time I did it. So basically, the one we were talking about before, Senate Bill 937, that was one that had a lot of fees to developmental fees, where it puts significant timeframes on when a local agency could collect fees and connection fees. It excluded water, and in the last 2 weeks, it added water and sewer back. So we were neutral because they listened to the amendments and then they put it back, so now we want to oppose it. Because it puts timelines that we can't collect fees until some of them are after the whole property has been completely developed. So if we're putting in a water connection, let's say, and it costs anywhere from 10 to 50,000, we couldn't collect that money until the whole development was done. That's not how we work. We don't have a pot of money. Once we put in that connection, our agency needs to be paid. So that's one of the reasons why we would oppose it. And a lot of water and sewers agencies don't work that way. We don't have money to be on collection like that.
The bills are on the governor's desk right now, okay?
So this one has been presented to the governor yesterday. Today's the 5th, right? Yeah, that one went to the governor yesterday. That's why I updated this, because this was when we were still dealing with that person. And then we're past like the 3rd and then went to the governor on the 4th. So what we do now, there are a bunch of coalitions like CSDA and RWA who are still sending advocacy letters. So my recommendation is we switch from neutral to oppose and join those coalitions and send those letters to the governor to veto this bill. So that would be my recommendation.
Director Stone.
Couple of questions on specific bills on AB 2225. This has to do with basically the Prop 218. And assuming that this law becomes active January 1st, 2025, I question, and it may be rhetorical, I don't know that I need an answer, for the board to take any action on looking at the rate or changing the rate after this bill comes active.
So basically what this one does is it says that anyone that wants to put up a Prop 218 lawsuit against the district, like has occurred before, you have had to participate in the Prop 218 process. So you can't just wait till after the fact and say, oh, I don't like anything and send in a lawsuit. You have to have been actively participating during it. So that's what this bill does. So even if it becomes active January 1st, it wouldn't affect us because anybody that would want to put in a lawsuit would have pretty much have to have participated. So this is important for the public. If you are interested, to make sure you come to the town halls and actually participate, because if you don't, it limits the kind of actions you can do to the district.
Well, can you define participate? I mean, to what level?
You have to make a comment or you have to write a letter.
That's it? Okay, so it doesn't take much participation.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a low bar.
It's a very low bar.
Well, then when you submit a protest,
and that would count as well.
that would count as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Gee, this is kind of effortless thing, isn't it?
It's effortless, but what has happened before is after the fact, a lot of people have been putting in litigations and lawsuits and they never put in a protest or anything like that. So agencies were blindsided by lawsuits that they were getting. So this way, at least if you have the ability to have some remedy before it goes to Prop 218.
And then on SB 1088, it talks about enhancing water delivery and distribution capacity for fire suppression.
Yes, so this was a very good bill. It was worked on with South Lake Public Utility District. And the language was even changed and amended to be specifically for water infrastructure. So it was changed to make sure it was for water system infrastructure, so it would go to water agencies and not fire agencies. And I don't know if you are all aware of what goes on, but Senator Gill switched from Democrat to Republican, and then all of her bills ended up getting suspended. Now, this bill was also one that was also on the fence because of appropriations, and when they passed the water bond, a lot of the water and wildfire bills did not go through because of money with appropriations. However, yeah, there's a bond that's going forward for the water bond.
No, what I'm wondering is our check is still good.
Oh, yes, no, we got that money. That money came to us.
Okay, good.
So, but now, so a lot of those bills went to suspense, and one of the things I said now it is gonna require more advocacy, because now we're gonna have to have a wider net of Assembly and Senate people that we reach out to when these bills come out, to make sure there's more of it crosses partisan lines, so we can always make sure that things affecting our area goes through. And let's see what else passed. So, the other thing that, the two neutral bills, they didn't change, they didn't affect us, but they both passed and went to going through enrollment now, the water bill. So one became just a fine and penalty, and the other one doesn't have anything to do with our water rights, so they don't have any impact on us.
And then as I read it on AB 1827, that they talk about looking at billing water by maximum residential water use.
Yes,
And to me, this confirms the need to charge by diameter of the pipe and maximum flow. That gives us a foundation.
yeah, because they switched
To
from
bill.
parcel size to actual uses. Mhm.
Thank you.
Which one was that?
That's AB 1827
On the front page?
on the front page. That's the last thing on the front page. And that kind of will collaborate with the way that our proposed rate study information is moving forward. That kind of correlates with that bill.
Director Seaman?
And so on 2257, this has no effect on what we're doing right now.
No.
No,
It's not until it passes.
correct.
Thank you.
Even if it's signed, our process will not follow the timeframe.
So the only action that I recommend is that we move to oppose for SB 937, and we'll join any coalition to send that to the governor. And all of the other ones that we oppose, none of them are moving forward, fortunately. So all of the other ones that we have a district position on opposed, they've all been suspended, so that's pretty good.
Director Randall?
Well, it says on the action item, it says, well, for this item on the agenda, it says to discuss and establish district positions. What do we need to do to get
That would be
a
this.
letter, to take action on going
So
with this?
just approve what he,
So once you say that you make a motion to oppose SB 937, then
Okay.
that would be the district's position, and then I'll send all the links to Elizabeth, and she'll draft a letter, and we'll send a copy to the board and make sure it's in the next meeting minutes.
Thank you. Public comment?
Yeah, so that one is presented to the governor already?
Yes,
So it's already passed?
no, it's
the governor has to sign it.
they have up to the September 30th, so we have a small window to get letters to the governor.
So you have to the governor, it's already gone through the legislature.
Yes,
And what is the difference in changes of development fees? What are they doing? Just kind of,
basically it states that some require the housing, so in terms of, let's say there's a lot and they're building a house, like a commercial place is doing let's say 50 condominiums, and they want a water connection fee. They apply, we have to put in the connection fee, whatever it costs us, they don't have to pay up front now. So now it might have to wait until all the housing is finished before we can collect the fees. So it puts a limit on the time we can collect the fees, and as a public agency that doesn't have deep pockets,
Right.
we need to get paid right away.
so that's commercial and residential?
It's everybody across the board.
So when someone's building the house, you put in the thing and then they pay you out of escrow.
Right now, it is the fact, but now it's to the point where they don't have to pay up front, and some is like even 10 years they wanted to do, so there's like even years on it, so that would make that deal very,
And this,
very hard on.
and this is different than that, a proposition that got reduced. It's kind of similar, but
Proposition is voted on by the people. This is just a legislative bill.
no, I know, but they took it off of the ballot, so the people can't vote on it.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Dowd?
Mike, are you still close with Alvarado Gill, Senator Alvarado Gill? And how about, you got Governor Newsom there too?
Kind of, not as much, I mean, he's not gonna listen to me, but through the coalitions, he will, and, there's a lot of senators that, so I mean, we do have, like Mike McGuire and Rivas, so other senators that we're close to, so we just have to, any bill that comes from our rural area, we have to make sure we get sign offs from rural Democrats in power to say, hey, this is, is more for the community and the people than a partisan move here. So we have to, protect against wildfire and making sure our infrastructure can do mitigation and can provide water for our community. And if you screw up the headwaters, then nobody in California gets water as well, so.
Thanks for being in.
I'll close it for public comment. This time can raise of hands or consensus to support.
You can actually take a
We can
vote.
vote.
You can vote.
It's an action item.
Okay.
So the motion would be, if, to oppose SB 9937 as the district's position.
Is that your motion? I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
And
Thank
then
you.
I'll send that stuff to Liz so we can join the CSDA's letter and RWA's letter and even send one ourselves into the government.
Action item B. Review and discuss the cost of service and water and wastewater rate analysis. Receive community input, provide direction. Possible action to discuss, provide feedback on the cost of service and rate analysis.
I'm gonna, we discussed this with a couple of board members, and we had one board member specifically want to have this as a time for both board and the public to ask questions, make comments, discuss the potential rate increases that we've looked at the last town hall meetings. We are still waiting for the full report to come back. We do have both Sanjay and Nancy on the Zoom. So if there is any questions for them, they have offered to queue up their working model as well. And I know Director Thornborough, I'll turn it over to you right now. You also had a presentation you wanted to give.
Yeah, I do. I'd like to, I don't know how to put it. I just crunched the numbers on Sanjay's, on the presentation Sanjay gave. And I'm really happy with a lot of things that he did on there. The one thing that crunching the numbers, that seems like the rates, the increases are a little bit on the high side. And I'm gonna explain why. The first thing that I want everyone to understand is that I did the handout so that you can follow along. It is not an official board approved document, so don't be going telling everybody this is what we're gonna do. This is just my opinion and crunching the numbers and what I think about it. So with Liz's help,
She's working on it.
oh, Liz,
Wait, let go of the mouse.
does this mess you up?
Slightly.
It's very good.
The dry one worked like a charm, really.
Okay.
There it is.
It isn't, is it? Yeah, I won't load Zoom right now.
Is bottle.
Oh,
And then you're picky by chair.
sorry.
That's only when I'm saying something inappropriate.
Oh.
On the screen.
That would be a full-time job.
Thank you, Zoom, for uploading.
Okay.
Okay,
Very good.
all right, this is working out nicely. Okay, what I did was, when you're looking at the water rates and stuff, it's all broken out by meter size and all that sort of thing, but the objective is to get 15% increase, the first year with this, it's proposed to be, 10% the next 4 years. So Sanjay broke this out really, really well. I really like this. Just kind of, it kind of puts to rest when you see in the numbers. Finally puts to rest all this time and we listen to people say that, oh, treated water subsidizing, irrigation. Well, no, it's not. So anyway, so I used his model for, giving up the revenues. Using the $3 million as the treated water sale, that is the rates. That's what everybody's paying. That's the money that's coming from the customers. And so I put 100% of that naturally goes to treated. And then the 380,000, which is irrigation water sales, that goes over here to irrigation. I'm doing this point on the TV. It makes it real easy for you guys to see. So, and Liz went to great pains to make this work.
You should be able to see it over here where he's pointing
Let's see, I can look at it over there too.
Wow, Liz.
My neck works better.
My mouth, and my mouse,
You killed the tree or two.
my mouse works, oh, you have no idea. No, my mouse works on both of them. That's really cool.
Mental mouse.
Okay, so anyway, so he's got, like, for example, property taxes split up 88% for treated and 12% for irrigation. This, this should have been done years ago, in my opinion. So anyway, what we're gonna focus on is this $3 million revenue. That is the water sale, that is the rates, that's the money coming to the customers. Same thing for the 380 under irrigation. So all of those are moved over to the appropriate column. So we have a total revenue for treated of 5.16 million, 709,000 for irrigation. Expenses, he also broke those out, which is really awesome, making everything real easy. And so we divvied up the expenses, to 72%, for example, on the 5,100, 5,200, 72% goes to treated, 28 goes to irrigation. And admin and customer service was split 88-12 and moved everything over here. So now we have a total expenses for treated water, 5.1 million, and irrigation is 665,000. Uh-oh, Liz,
Goes right.
we have malfunction.
It's okay, you're in my Word document. Just move your hand to the right, like move you and the mouse.
This.
Whole mouse.
Swipe right. There you go. Okay. A little bit more. You should be on your screen.
Can I clarify something? These are his figures. from
Yes.
The report.
That is correct.
Yeah, you should. be.
Wait, who's his? Who's?
Sanjay,
No, oh,
Yes, they are.
sorry, I thought you were talking about.
front page is this.
Well, there's figures, but I did all the work.
Well, I know.
Yeah.
Made it clear.
No, credit where credit due.
Okay, you made it clear.
All right, good.
Wow.
Hey. Liz.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I won't touch the Word document anymore here. Let me take that. Okay, you're good now.
Okay, here we go. Okay, treated water revenue and expenses. Can we move this thing up there, up to like maybe up here? Oh, that works too.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now, these are all the, we'll see where I'm at, treated water. Okay, these are revenues and expenses. This section right here is what the proposed rates are. Over this section over here is Mike T's alternate percentage increases. If you look here, we have 15%. This is all, Sanjay's numbers here, 15% the first year, and then each year after is 10%. If those are simply added up, that'd be a 55% increase, but it's compounded. And so compounded, it makes a 68% increase over what we're paying now. And that's based on that 3 million of the actual 3 million revenue for sales.
Mhm.
But you add that to the total revenue, and it makes our total revenue go up 39.8%. Average out 5 years is 8% per year. Over on this side where I have my recommendation of 15% start out because I really like the way he did that. And then just 5% increases each year. And we'll see how the numbers work out. Simply add it up, it's 35% you get the rest. Oh, I forgot to state that I'm gonna go through this as, kind of quick. If somebody wants me to slow down, just say so. There's a couple places I'm gonna pause to allow directors to make comments or Sanjay to make a comment. and I appreciate the public can save their comments for the very end. Now that I got that out of the way. Okay, here we get into, what affects our expenses, our operating expenses is inflation. Sanjay says that in the last 5 years, we had 19% inflation, and that averages out to 3.8% per year. I'm thinking, I don't know, I want to get a little bit of input from you guys on. I'm thinking that 3.8 is high because of all the things that happened in the last 5 years. So I think it's gonna be less. I'm not an inflation expert. I'm thinking around 2.5. So this is the average per year, is 2.5. I think that's gonna be about where it is. Does anybody have any other than Mitch, have anything to say about that? I said other than Mitch.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We,
All right.
I think, I don't know where you're going with this, but I like the board to have the ability to not increase the rate as much as may be needed with a 3.8%. For example, if the inflation is less than 3.8%, then we as a board, I think, are obligated to look at the true cost of service and would not increase it by 3.8%, inflationary rate. That gives us that freedom to not charge what it could be given this model. You understand what I'm saying?
I thought I did, but now I don't. I had it lost.
Okay.
So what you're saying is you wanna put it up high, and then if it's low, we can adjust it?
Right, because if it comes in low and it goes up high, then we cannot adjust it.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
right, and I understand what you're saying, and I agree with it. The thing about this 2.5 is that's the average.
I agree.
Okay, and so I think that it going up that high in 5 years, is highly unlikely. I'm all on board with what you're saying. The problem is, I don't like to, and as you'll see in the numbers in here, you know, we can lower it. Like we froze the increase, we can do
Absolutely.
that. We can even go so far as to lower the rate, and we don't have to do any 218 or anything like that. So, you know, I intend on monitoring it every year, like we have been when we get the audit, and we gotta work on that part of it. Because that gave us some problems last time as far as getting the audit in a timely manner. So yeah, we gotta do that. So, but this is a small part. This percentage is a small part. If you wanna turn around and look, I'll give you an example. If we, say, for example, watch this, do 1 year's worth, okay? That's $127,000 for a year's worth of inflation on not this amount, but on the where'd it go? Well, 465. So if we go and change this, let's go with, just put, 2.8, Liz, please. Okay. So it goes from, what was that, 127?
Yeah.
And, so it goes to 143. So it's $20,000. Okay, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, I kind of want to put something in here. I mean, personally, I think 2.5 might be got something to
Yeah,
say.
so I was
about.
gonna kind of cut the difference as well, because we also wanna give ourselves a buffer, like knowing that as Director Stovall said, we can always go down, but we also, we don't wanna cap ourselves to a point where we can't meet something. So I would just say like 3%.
3%?
And that's not, that's still under the 3.8, probably closer to the 2.5, and gives us that protection.
Okay, 3% work for you?
I'd like to wait until we get the whole study out to kind of look at that, but to me, this is a model. I like the ability to put different numbers in there and
Right.
see what it does. Yes.
Right.
But I think if we give a number, this is something that Sanjay can put forward as one of the board's proposal and come up with all the numbers for that. So I think that's why Mike T's asking for direction on a number.
Yeah, I kind of want a number because it's going to affect the treated water as well as the irrigation. It was, well, the LT is another story, but anyway.
Yeah.
So we're okay at 2.8. You want to go 3? Tell me what you want to do. Because it'll.
Yeah, I think three.
It'll move all the way through, it will reduce the amount.
Yeah, three is fine. I
Yeah,
think.
okay, it will affect it. Okay, Liz, you got it? Perfect, thank you, Liz. Okay, so now we're at 3%, so now the numbers in your handout are gonna be wrong. Blame these two.
But this is for discussion purposes,
Right,
period.
it's, so, yeah, all right, so you want. So you wanna see all the numbers with the 3%, or you wanna see with the 2.5?
Three's fine.
3's fine, okay, way to go. All right, here we go with, I think, I don't know if I was done over here. Oh, okay, so here's the difference when, see, okay, the increased water sales at fifth year. It's gonna go up, our revenue for water sales, we got 2.0 million, I can barely see that.
0.051.
There you go, that amount above what it is now, with the fives going down here, and the 15 initially, and then fives after that. It'll be 1.1 million, almost 1.2 million. Okay, so that's what we get with the proposed rates versus what I'm suggesting. Okay, now we'll move on down and see, this is where treated water inflation adjustments, we just did that, we leave it in a 3. Okay, now we get to irrigation. Irrigation, the proposed increases is the same, 15 with 10, 10, 10, all the way down, same results with 55%, 68%. Now, what I'm saying is, or what I'm recommending is 5% all the way down. And you'll see why here shortly. So it's 5%, so then this gives us on the irrigation side, the revenue will go up by 259,000 on the proposed rates, it'll go up 104,000 on the alternate rates. Over here also, you'll see, well, I think I already explained that to you, the 27%. This represents on the alternate, there's 27% increase in total revenue, and this is 68%, well, no, 36% of total revenue. Okay, here's the inflation adjustments, which would happen automatically when we change to 3, so your handout numbers are gonna be different. Now we get down to the recap. Here's where all the good part is. Total revenue, this is the total revenue that's bumped up every year. Now, another thing that wasn't mentioned, I messed up and forgot. The interest income from the investments is $350,000. I took that out of the splitting up between the two, between treated and irrigation. And now it's put in down here at the tail end because the board says that, we want that to go into CIP. And so it's put over here. I didn't break it out between the two because it's going to the same place. The other thing is that every year our revenue from property taxes goes up a little over $100,000 a year. And so that's not shown anywhere on here or anywhere, as a matter of fact. So what I did was I just added that. It's real simple to split up because, as Sanjay says, property tax revenue gets split 88% for treated and 12% for irrigation. So I did the same thing with $100,000. It being an even $100,000 was easy to come up with 88,000 goes towards treated and 12,000 goes for irrigation. So you see up here in my formula, it says there's where the 88,000 is added. So this total revenue represents all the rates and everything, plus that additional property tax revenue. Operating expenses over here, I'm looking at 2025 as the first year. That has the inflation built into it. So what's left, when you take the revenue minus the expenses, we have a balance of $431,000 and some change. We add that to the $350,000 investment interest income. And what's left over to pop into CIP is $781,000. And now this is all the proposed rates. That's the rates that are in the book. These are not the ones I came up with. These are all by the book rates. So at the end of CIP in 5 years, the CIP contribution made by the treated water side is $6.9 million and some more. Now, the irrigation side, same thing, they got the revenue, they got their 12,000 in there for the increased property taxes, and then we have the operating expenses inflated, and the balance is 93,000. And that So irrigation will be putting 93,000 and some change into CIP that first year. Do the same thing every year, and what ends up happening is we end up with a total of $7.8 million contributed to CIP over that 5 years. Now, if you look down here, the target CIP that Sanjay had in his presentation is 4.9 over those 5 years. We collected 7.8 million, and the difference is 2.9 million. We have $2.9 million more than what we needed, to meet the target for the CIP. Now, if we come down the next one, which is page 5. This has the alternate schedules that I proposed in there. All these numbers, yours gonna be a little bit different on the handouts because we made that adjustment.
Yeah,
For the 3%?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I
So,
mean, that quick?
yeah, it does it automatically.
yeah,
Oh,
Got
did
it,
it?
so-
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Got
It's a
it. All right.
spreadsheet.
yeah,
Same way I did now.
so. Okay, here we go, the alternate rates, total revenue, it's gonna be the same for the first year simply because it's the 15% on the treated side. So we use this, we have the same numbers here as we had on the proposed side. The difference is instead of being increased 10%, it's being increased only 5%. So what that does is in year 2, you already know how this goes. In year 2, we're putting in 883,000, treated water side is, into CIP with 990 the next year. So we end up with a total of $4.9 million for the treated water contribution. The irrigation side is contributing 393,000 for a total contribution of 5.365 total CIP contribution over the 5 years. So where that puts us here is the target CIP is the same, it's $4.9 million. We collected 5.3 million, the difference is 465,000. Operating reserves increase, which is shown up nowhere else, but we gotta put that in there. Well, this is just how much we have to add to it because our expenses increased. And so our operating reserve needs to increase. So over the 5 years, we have put $303,000 in there for that. And that leaves us with the CIP over target of only 161,000. It was more until you guys made me change the.
Yeah,
Change the thing.
but that is also because we increased the inflation rate, so those numbers should have.
That's what I'm saying. It was more until you went and changed that number, the inflation rate. So compared to the proposed rates. You have a target of CIP saying 4.9, we collected 7.8 million. Which gives us 2.9 million left after expenses. Then we have the same amount will be going into operating reserves, so that leaves us $2.6 million over the target. So that to me is 2.6 million. Let's see what the next one was. 2.6 million more than we should be charging because it's 2.6 over our costs. And as Sanjay pointed out, and we all know that we can't charge the customers more than our actual costs.
Is that 2.6 over 5 years?
Right. Yeah, that's total for 5 years.
Question,
Mhm.
when you're looking at the interest income.
Right.
Did you throw in the same concept of lowering if we're assumed inflation's gonna be lower than the interest on investments lower?
What I looked at with that is that.
They parallel.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why you really can't count on it for your revenue, for operating and all that sort of stuff, because it fluctuates. And so with that, that's a conservative figure. Because we have like 9 million or something like that. We're getting over 5% of what we were told recently. I don't remember, it's 5 point something, but if you just figure 5, that's 450,000.
In the last 2 months, it's dropped about 0.75%, but it won't drop immediately. It'll amortize over the next few years.
So. So then, so the 350 is in there and there's gonna be a little bit of leeway. Now, one thing to remember, that I failed to mention. So how would you remember it, I guess, now that I think about it? There is no water transfer money in this. There is no grant money in this, so none of that's being relied on. If we do just one, now the last time we did a water transfer, we cleared after all the expenses, we cleared over 600,000, I think it was close to 650,000. If we do that just once in 5 years, that would give us a really nice buffer. Grants are a little tricky because with grants, you know, when you get a grant, and this is the way I look at it, you make your 5-year plan. Okay, now if you get a grant, for example, for the water tank, and that's millions of dollars, okay, that's not gonna be planned to do in the near future. So if it's something that's a big ticket item that we're planning on doing years down the road, then it really doesn't benefit the now scenario. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And whereas we get to, and then one of the reasons why we need to contribute it to CIP is because things like tank coating, okay, we don't get grants for that, but that's something that we must do. Replacing the PRV valves, you know, all that sort of thing. And those are big ticket items, and so we gotta have the money for that. We're not gonna get grants to do things like that. So the grant could, if we got, say we had a thing we're gonna do in the next 5 years, now let's say $1 million. And we got a grant to cover that whole $1 million. Okay, now what we could do is say, and we were planning on doing it in that 5 years, we could say, oh, okay, well, that could go towards, you know, a little bit of savings in the CIP contribution. So there's ways, and I'm pretty confident that we'll do at least one water transfer. The number wasn't this close, the 161,000 wasn't this close until you guys changed the inflation rate. So, and just for fun, let's see, let me go back and pop that, to 2 point, there we go. Okay, Liz, can you do a 2.5 for me, please? Awesome. Okay, now let me go back down here and see what this is. Where am I? Yeah, here we go. So it should be, back up. Back up? Did I go too far? Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. Should be right in here. Oh, yeah, okay. So see how that changed the 161 to 680,000. So just that 0.5% of inflation. So that actually just changed it more than I realized. So, but we can put it in.
Well, it gives us that buffer over the 5 years. And remember, we don't have to go there. So that, I mean, that gives us the ability, if something catastrophic does happen, we are able to cover it, but if not, we can.
Well, my whole purpose of all of this is I'm a firm believer in following 218. Sanjay also is. In that you can't charge our customers more than the actual cost to provide the service. Period. Period. And I'm big time on that. This, by doing it this way, like, oh, now we changed it back to the 2.5. We need for the inflation to be low. See, it makes that's over $3 million, just over $3 million, in my opinion, that we're overcharging. Okay, and that's what I want to avoid. I want the rates, yeah, we gotta have leeway, that's a given. We gotta have a little bit of, you know, but we need a buffer. But I think 3 million is in excess. I think $1 million, I think $1 million is excess as well. The 680, that's pushing it in my opinion. If we go back to the 3. Why do I keep blowing by that? Wait, where is it? Yeah, okay. Oh, here we go. All right, Liz, are you ready? Okay, we're gonna go back to the 3. Thank you very much. Okay, now, is there any more questions on this?
I have a question, I think it's for Sanjay, is that, you've been doing these cost of services for all of our neighboring area, plus across the state, and so when we're talking about inflation rate, it really doesn't make any difference if we're talking about El Dorado's, water district or PCWA. What is the reaction that you've gotten in this particular inflation rate of 3.8?
Yeah, so most of the time, the inflationary costs that agencies experience are a bit higher than what the normal customer experience, because a water agency cost structure or food baskets is very different. So, yours is more about concrete, steel, electricity, labor, and benefits, and healthcare. And those are all much more inflationary than other things that people deal with. So that's why in other agencies, they see it more higher. That's my experience. I mean, you can look historically at the agency and look at a trend line if that's something, but we do have a model we could show and do different scenarios about that. I'm not familiar with this work the director did, so I can't comment on it. But we have a model that shows ending balances and cash flow. So if you're interested, we could open up the model and do scenarios. One thing that the analysis didn't take into account is coverage ratio. So that might be a concern too. You may be in technical default with these lower rate increases.
I know that on the rate study, cost of service study you did for Placer Water District, you went into pretty high detail of what the cost changes have been over the last several years for those construction costs you were just talking about. So I would hope to see that same kind of presentation for us.
Yeah, I was just gonna, but if I may, I was just gonna say that one of the initial slides that I think Sanjay presented in all of the workshops was a slide that made sure we stayed at, I think, 120% above in terms of debt service coverage. So that would be interesting to see. We took those alternate rates where that is in terms of that debt coverage requirement, because we are required to keep that. I think it was at 120%, right, Sanjay?
I don't recall. Is it 120 or 110, Nancy? Do you know?
120 or 110, please.
Is that just to keep in reserves?
That's to keep per our to stay out of technical default.
Yeah.
In terms of the debt service that we've issued, you are obligated to the bondholders to keep at 120%. So they want to see a little cushion. And it's just part of the.
But I'm not understanding of what, 120%, what is that? Is that in reserves? Is that in rates? I mean, what is that? I don't know.
That's a good Sanjay question.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a flow. So it's the net income. So the coverage ratio is, look at revenue, you minus operating, you have that net income, and it's the net income relative to the debt. And so you need to show, you don't have to pay it, but you need to show that you can pay 1.2 of your debt service.
okay.
So
But it has to come from the revenue flow coming in, or can it be already in?
No, it has to come in.
Okay,
So you can't count reserves.
okay. All right.
Director Seaman?
So, so we have to show 120% of expected income coming in.
Correct.
Not the fact that we have income coming in that exceeds our actual budget going out.
It's income is budget.
Debt going out.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Can you repeat your question?
Well, so we've got however many million coming in, and the actual number of what we had to pay out, say like this year, is it that difference? Or are you just saying the expected number coming in we have to have 120%? That's what I mean.
It has to be based on budgeted.
So if we find the budget has been inflated and we needed to tweak it down, then we could actually be meeting it with these numbers.
You could roll a dice if you like.
That's not rolling the dice. But okay. And then I was wondering too, which is, when this compounding thing came up, I was like, why are we, why is it something where we always have to have this compounded? Or can we say, okay, we're doing 10%, but it's 10% of whatever. So the percentages actually would be less for each fiscal year.
If
Do
you
we
like,
get-
we can open up the model and we can go over different scenarios. If you like, and we can do, it's up to you.
While he's opening the model, I just wanna go kind of answer the inflationary question. There's two different inflation CPIs that we look at. One's CPI-U and one's the CPI for like a home. Urban users is what we typically look at, and that's the steel, concrete, the big things, the big cost things. And it typically runs about 1 to 1.5% higher than a homeowner's CPI cost. So just from last year to this year, July 2023 to July 2024, the home was 2.9. So you saw a 2.9% inflationary mark over your home purchases. The CPI-U was 3.9.
Which one affects us?
The CPI-U, it's the big commodities, the concrete, the steel, and I'm just.
That goes against my thinking, because I have experienced myself with the commodities, so for example, steel, aluminum, hardware, that sort of stuff. Yeah, it went way up, but it's coming down, it's gone way down. So, and I've seen a lot of the stuff is starting to come down, so I'm not buying that. And this is my personal thing, I don't know, most of you are more experts than I am in this area. But to me, I can't see that it's gonna go higher than it was last year. Now, I still have more to do, I don't know what happened to my thing.
Guess he put his model up.
He's gonna get-
Oh, okay,
Anyway, I wanted to chime in here. Okay, Sanjay?
Yes.
Now, if we agree that the surplus that we're gonna have for CPI, and we all agree it might be too much, I'm open to the fact that CIP. What did I say? CPI. The CIP, thank you. If we all agree, and I might very well agree, so it's too much, then that's to be taken into consideration as far as I'm concerned, as far as everything else I'm gonna say. But I've been studying these market cycles and trends for 45 years now. And let's say that right up front. We've had a credit rebate in our community for 5 years instead of 3. And the customers are upset now because we had to play catch up. And we've had a freeze for 3 years now, or approximately, instead of 6 months to a year, which we had only really intended it to. We had a hold in the number of figures. Now we're having to go back and justifying, where have you been all these years? And now why are we getting hit over the head with such a high increase? We're riding a roller coaster ride. And if these numbers that are presented now are not to exceed, I'd like us to exceed the expectation of the customer and reduce later than to have to justify this again in the future to play catch up. Now, if you use statistical tools of studying market trends, cycles, and statistics, like I do over 100 years, you got to take the long view. We're in the the end stages of a market super cycle in commodities. Now, the number of CPI-U that Nicholas used is more realistic than the CPI, because these numbers have been manipulated since 1980, and the metrics that are used to calculate the homeowner, the CPI, whereas back then and before then, it was a one person per family income versus 2, and now 2 can't even make it. That's when they're raising the Social Security payments, the cost of the CPI, we're getting farther and farther behind because those numbers are manipulated. And if you go by shadow statistics, it's about half. When we peaked out at 9 2 years ago, it was closer to 17.8. So given all that, we should be using a true metric of what the actual cost of materials are. And there seems to be this, between Director Thornborough and what Nicholas said about the true cost of materials. What are you actually using? You're not buying top ramen, which has also gone up almost 25%, and PG&E's gone up 20%. But what portion of that is of the total expenditures? So you got the big picture to keep in mind, but to bring it all home, I personally would like to surprise on the upside later, and then not having to justify, well, where were you the last few years when you could have raised it? And we paid over we got a credit of over $450 for the last couple of years in ALT for not paying what we should have been, and now we're playing catch up at 155%. I'd rather have the option of reducing it later. But then coming back to, if we agree we have going too much into the CIP, then maybe we just should reduce it because of that alone and take out everything else that I've studied and believe in, and using statistical tools and cycles and trends where we are in this market cycle. Then that's two different subjects. You have to balance the two. So I'm in agreement with Director Thornborough.
Well, I got some more to add to that.
And I just want Sanjay's input on that, and then.
Right. The other thing to look at and take into consideration, in fact, Adam Brown brought this up in one of the town halls, and he's absolutely right, and I agree with him, is that when we do these CIP projects, it costs more because concrete's more, everything costs more when we do these big projects and stuff. But the thing is, it's kind of irrelevant, because we're not talking about increasing the amount we're putting into CIP on an inflationary value. We're saying we're putting in 5 million, well, 4.9, we're putting in 5 million, period. So yeah, it's gonna cost more to get this stuff, but the rates that are being proposed are not affecting that. They're not being considered for that. We're setting in a dollar amount. It's not being adjusted for inflation. It's just a flat out dollar amount. Yeah, we're not gonna get as much money. We're not gonna get as much bang for our buck. But that, so a lot of this inflation part, where it's gonna have the biggest impact, is gonna be on these bigger projects, which we are not. We're not increasing the amount that we're putting in there because of inflation. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yeah.
So that's the way that's what my thoughts are on it. So the bulk of the commodities, as Mitch likes to say, the bulk of that where we'll be affected by it is gonna be in the CIP project, not necessarily in our regular operating expenses. Because the operating expenses, like you guys all pointed out, I mean, that's got your labor in it, it's got your health benefits, as Sanjay pointed out, and all the things like that. But it also has fuel in it, and it also has utilities in it, and it also has, all that really expensive stuff. So that's, that's kind of.
That's where I'm in agreement. That's where I'm in agreement with you. That's where we have to separate the weeds from the chaff. It's like that. And one thing I wanted to say finally about the compounding, just so we're clear on what I think Director Seaman was saying. She may have a point that I missed, but if a gallon of milk costs $1 this year, next year it's 10% inflation, it's $1.10. The year after that, if it's 10%, it's not $1.20, it's $1.21. So you have to add 10% on the $1.10. So it's $1.21. So you have to compound. I may have missed the point, but, and then the year after that would be $1.32 or 33. So it's not just $1.30. So just to be clear.
If I can just address, and this is not an indictment or argument, or just something to address your last comment. All of the materials that we purchase would come out of that CPIU. The only thing that's not included in that is energy costs. So they take out food and energy is what CPIU removes. And our energy costs, I mean, you and me and everybody else are experiencing what PG&E is doing. So we're seeing over 10% every year, and they're still going up. So the only one that's not included in there it's food, and we don't buy food here. So that is the metric that we would use, and healthcare, all of those things are in that CPIU.
Here's my point. That apparently I wasn't very clear. With everything that's happened, with the pandemic, during the last 5 years. In the last 5 years, we averaged 3.8. Okay, so now you guys are talking like, okay, things are already, I've seen things coming down. I'm pretty confident they're gonna be coming down. I don't see that you guys are talking, now you're talking 10% and 20% and all this other kind of stuff. What I'm trying to do is compare apples to apples. Okay, I look at, and like I said, I'm not an expert, but I look at this 3.8 per year average, which, I mean, everybody knows how much everything went up in a short period of time in the last 5 years. It just went crazy. And in my opinion, I think it's going to go down. And it shouldn't be anywhere near 3.8. So now what I'm hearing is, especially from you, Nick, is that, you're trying to justify these insane amount of increases as far as the 3.8 versus what we have, 3 or 2.5. I'm not feeling the apples to apples kind of thing, is what I'm saying.
So I'm not trying to justify them, so please, I don't know if I like that context. What I'm trying to say is we can only use the data that we have. We can't go based on an opinion. And so I'm not an expert on rate studies. That's why I'm not doing our rate study. I would never attempt to do my own rate study. I'm gonna hire somebody who's done hundreds of these and knows the numbers to use and has the experience on where the numbers come from and where the numbers are going to go. This is no indictment on you. You don't look at market trends the same way everybody else who's an accountant, who's doing these analysis do. You look at stuff that you're feeling. I look at stuff that I'm feeling. I hate going to the store and paying more for food, and steaks are more expensive. Everything is more expensive now. I totally understand, what you're saying, and I'm not, I hear what you're saying, so please don't think that you're not explaining yourself correctly. I'm just trying to show you where some of the analysis has come from. That's all.
I get all that, and I am not an expert in doing rate studies. This is not a rate study. The information has already been provided to us. All I'm doing is looking at it and analyzing it and say, okay, well, I think this could be a little bit less. Okay, so I'm not doing a rate study. Sanjay did an awesome job. I mean, this is just great the way he's got it all spread out in proportion and everything. I think it's great. But what I'm looking at is, okay, how much is this gonna cost the ratepayers, our customers? Okay, how much is it gonna cost them? Are they gonna be paying too much? Okay, or are they gonna be paying more than they need to be? Most importantly, are we overcharging our customers? That, we can't be doing that. We already did that before and I haven't even gotten to that part yet. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm not claiming to be a rate study expert. I don't even want to be a rate study expert. The little bit I did gave me a headache. So I don't want to do that, a lot. And I don't feel like I'm coming across as being a rate study expert. I'm just crunching numbers. The numbers that were provided by the rate study expert. That's all I'm doing.
Sanjay, did I ask you, did you want to respond to 3 directors just speaking, or?
I think you have a couple other
I mean,
comments.
this is such, I like to hear what Sanjay has to say, then I have a question.
Yeah, I mean, so these are all valid points about an inflationary increase. What are they going to be in the future? If I knew exactly what they would be, I would be most likely in Hawaii, owning an island and enjoying life. So I don't know what it is either. So if we have the model, we can change those inflationary increases to numbers that you think is more reflective of what you think will occur. We will cite that in the report that the board directed us to use those inflationary numbers, and we can update the study to reflect that. So if that's the direction the board wants to give us, we're definitely open to that. But I do think those are low. But again, this is, you can provide that information and direction, and we can put that in there. Just letting you know, if it is low, then you'd most likely have to do another Prop 218 notice and rate study within the 5 years. So that's the risk that you face.
Director Saunders?
Yeah, so that's why I had a higher interest rate, because you addressed affordability, so instead of 10% per year, it's 5%. So as we have that shift as well, we don't want to shift too much, because then we're capped at a point. So that's why make it a little closer to that buffer. So I mean, I like the 5%. That gives us, an affordability index, because that's the other thing you have to take in mind. What is the public acceptable level that they want to pay? Yes, can they afford 10? But if the difference between 5 and 10 is that acceptability level. And then when you have that, where we're at that fine line, you want to make sure that that buffer is there, that if it does go close to 3.8%, that 3%, there are some years where it's gonna be close to that, and if there is a year that's over, fine, we're still able to meet it, so.
Director Stowe?
Question for Sanjay. I feel like we're a dartboard where we're trying to figure out what the inflationary risk is gonna be over 5 years. From the 218 process, is it appropriate to tie the increase to the CPU? And not just say it's 3.8 or 2.5, and say that the annual cost of service is determined by a percentage of the CPU that is covered, and not come up with a flat increase over time, but have it tied to a government determined figure as it's defined annually over the next 5 years.
Kind of like the MOUs.
Compounded.
Did you hear that, Sanjay?
I think he's muted.
Sanjay?
Yeah, sorry about that, I was muted. The CPU box is not reflective of your world. Because as mentioned earlier, the CPU has food, has different things. Your world is mainly electricity, labor, benefits, healthcare specifically, and construction costs. And those are all high. They're not low.
Is there a CPU,
I
a
think
cost?
sorry, if I may, Director, I think what he's asking, and I could probably take a stab at this, is can we put an X on a year-to-year basis, so to speak, for that inflationary factor, and just say as it'll be whatever the CPIU is on a year-to-year basis, as opposed to forecasting over the next 5 years? And I think the answer to that is no, because we have to, for purposes of 218, make assumptions for that 5-year planning horizon. And I'll let Sanjay add anything else to that. But unfortunately,
Yeah, that's my question.
Unfortunately, we do have to forecast it.
We do, okay.
Director Thornburg?
I didn't break it out because I didn't realize all that you guys are saying now. But I mean, a lot of our expenses are fees to the state, professional services. I mean, that is a lot of our expenses. And I don't have it right in front of me. Actually, it probably is. But if you look down what our expenses are in the budget, you'll see, how much money is going to all these various things that are not related to any kind of what do you call it? Commodity, yeah.
To a variable.
Yeah. So, and I don't have the percentage, because that might have been, had I been thinking about it, that might have been an interesting approach to take as well. Because then you can see exactly how much of our expenses are being affected by the inflation. So that might have been a good thing to do. But anyway.
I wanted to say one thing too. When Director Thornburg brings up, we only charge what the actual cost is. We don't want to make a profit. That'd be against the law, not legal. We're never going to hit it right on the head. Whether it be $100 off for the year or 100,000. But ultimately, at the end of the day, or at the end of the 218, 5 years, if let's say we did do 3.8 and we missed by $100,000, well, the next 218 would be offset by, we'd have extra reserves. The next 218 would be that much less. It would come out in the wash eventually, because we're not going to ever hit it 100%. We might get it 98%, but so they'll be in this case of ALT, we give them a credit for 5 years instead of 3, but we're making them whole. So we may not. So I don't see how anyway we could be perfect. So I see your point.
Oh, and I think maybe like if we are over, like based on all the figures add up there, if we're over like 500,000, I think that would be a comfortable cushion. Yeah, that's just my opinion. But I'm not done with my presentation. I still got some more to say.
Oh. Well, that's something we can discuss, right? Yeah.
My point right now, and it's changeable, is that I think that we as a board will be able to look at our last year's expenses, which we haven't been able to do really in the last 5 years. And we can look at possible revenues, especially looking at solar and reducing the sky high PG&E bill of over $250,000 a year. And use that on an annual basis to lower the rate below what the target may have been. And I like the freedom to charge less than what it could be, as opposed to be, oh dear, we didn't increase it enough. I think as a board, we can do what you're talking about, but not have our hands tied in case some other pandemic comes along and makes things crazy economically.
Right, but we will be set up to be able to endure all that, because like we said, we have the operating reserves in there, we have plenty in the CIP, so we should be able, if something does happen. But I agree with what you're saying, in that, yeah, we don't wanna get too less, we don't wanna get not enough. Okay, it's better to have a little bit more. What I don't wanna see is we're charging our customers, millions of dollars more when we shouldn't be. That's where I'm going with this, which will lead me into, if there's not any more questions, I will lead into the tail end of my presentation, which kind of really fell apart. The ALT wastewater zone. Oh, boy. I never really got involved in it as far as looking at the finances of it and all that sort of thing, and now I have, and I had in my handout and in my presentation, which it's still in here. What is this? Well, I'm gonna get to that. Well, here's what happened with the ALT wastewater zone. I had crunched a bunch of numbers, and I'm not gonna, well, I guess I can put them up here, because unfortunately, a lot of, I'm getting to that. It's not in the handouts, I had to remove it, okay? This morning I found out that there was some things that were different than what I thought. I didn't agree with, and so I said, you know what, I'm just gonna have to pull that from it. But I do wanna talk about one important part of it, and I'm pretty sure that Mike Saunders can back me up on some of it. So I ended up removing those pages from the handouts. So, I made some assumptions that I guess weren't right. But anyway, what the bottom line about the whole ALT mess is that, as you all know, we overcharged the ALT people, the CDS, that whole operation, the wastewater operation, to the tune of $1.2 million. I'm not gonna go into all the details. I'm gonna go in a little bit because some of the people here weren't there and don't know anything about it. So anyway, what the deal ended up being, it was discovered that we charged this $1.2 million that accumulated that we weren't supposed to charge. The money needed to go back to the customers. The board at the time, along with the legal counsel, says, well, all these people have moved, a lot of people moved away. We're not gonna be able to track them all down. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna use that 1.2 million, and we're gonna subsidize the rates for these customers. Now, what I just learned this morning was that, I talked to Nick and I had a pleasant discussion, in spite of what you may hear. That when they went and did in was 2018, they did a rate study because of this, because they needed to look at the rates, because obviously they were charging too much. The rate study comes back and they reduced the rates. So they didn't have to do 218 because they reduced everything, but they reduced it for two reasons. One, because they'd gone for so long overcharging people, and two, the board had decided they were gonna use this $1.2 million and they were gonna subsidize rates for the customers. So the rates went way down. Now, my numbers showed the subsidy being $105,000 a year was how much the total subsidy was, but mine ended up being off a little bit. It turns out that it was $155,000 a year. Now, if you take the $1.2 million and you divide it by $155,000 a year, that's 7 years these people should be getting subsidies, and even 7, as I was surprised. But what's happening is it's not, they're not, the full 1.2 doesn't seem to be getting to the customers, because the way this rate study came up, it says, okay, it's by design that the rates are below what our expenses are because we're gonna subsidize it until we use up all this money. Now, what appears to happen, and I'm not blaming anybody, I'm just saying this is what appears happened. Was that they came and says, well, they didn't really have, back in the day when this is going on. We all remember the board president at that time saying that, oh, this entity doesn't need reserves, there's no reserves for that entity, and you all know what I'm talking about. And he said that in writing, by the way, but, so I'm not aware of any kind of reserves that were being practiced at that time. So you got that $1.2 million, you can't, in my opinion, and I'll stick by this forever. You don't take this $1.2 million and then say, oh, well, we're gonna decide we're gonna make a reserves amount this has to be met and use that money for that. You can't come after the fact and create reasons to spend this money. This money is not the district's money, it is the customer's money. Every dime of it needs to go back to the customers. So that's where I'm at on this. Like I said, I had, this is gonna be part of my presentation, but Nick provided a document for me this morning, and it kind of changed my whole thing, and I have time to make any corrections, so it's not in the handout, and I believe you were there, weren't you on the board?
I was on the board. I mean, we can't go back and revote issues that happened, but at the time that study was presented, they were clear that year 4 needed a rate increase. And we are not doing a rate increase because it would require a Prop 218. So they stopped at bringing down the reserves, knowing that at the next year, those rates would not be sufficient. So that was problem number 1 I had with that study. They knew at the time that after the first 4 years that the rates would need to be increased. So, and I think putting all the rates back on CDS lots that didn't have homes and a lot of stuff is what also brought down the number faster than it normally would have, because they didn't have homes and they weren't paying as much as before. And I think that rate study never really did do what it was supposed to do, is finding a cost of service. Because if it found the cost of service, then they would have come up with a number that after that year, they would have needed to have increased. You said it at, okay, now we've given this back and this is the new rate going forward and it needs the cost of service. So that was one of the problems with it as well. Well, what they decided, they said it had a 5-year reserve and we're gonna bring it down to a 6-month reserve. That was what the study people said at the time.
Well, they kind of contradict themselves, because in one part of it, they said 4 months reserve. And then another part, they said 6 months, but my point being is that they went and took that 1.2 million, they created a new fund. And they called it, oddly enough, capital improvement projects. Oh, no, that's not it. WDR Permit Compliance Reserve Fund. So what they did was they went and they moved that 1.2 million into that. And then what they said is, okay, because apparently there wasn't very much in there. And they said that, okay, we're gonna keep these rates, okay, to deplete this, and they didn't state the 1.2 million. But they said down to a level of like $300,000. Okay, no, that the 1.2 million needs to go back to these customers. That's what's supposed to happen with it. So, and I'm not saying go back and revote on anything. What I'm saying is do what was supposed to be done to begin with. I don't see the 4-year thing. I think they did it 5 years actually. As far as the rates, and yeah, it needed to. So we got 1, 2, 3, but yeah, they did 5 years out. And so in fact, the 5th year I think is last year, 23-24. That was the last year of that. But it doesn't say that this only goes for the 5 years. It says until that amount has been depleted. So my point being is that in this where it says, okay, you're gonna take that money and put it in the separate fund. Okay, and you're gonna run it down until it hits like, I think it was $369,000. Okay, no. Because they want to keep that 369 level in that fund. But they're using that money to achieve that level. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what's wrong. Okay, and so the customers, and like I said, at $155,000 a year, which is what they're saying that the subsidy is, it's 7 years that they're gonna have this subsidy, and they've only had it 5. So they should have at least a couple more years.
Yeah, so that's why, I mean, the new study had to do a cost of service, and the other thing we did is we did do that study to try and remove the septic system so we wouldn't have this extra cost. And
Right.
that's
Right.
the other thing I want to add with this as well. That's why we want to go to ALT wastewater to present the study and the whole background and history of why GPUD is now responsible for that permit and why we attempted to give it back to them in the county and
Right.
what the legal requirements are, that why we're stuck with it, and what they can do as their board if they really want to have their septic people be like everybody else in the county, because they still have that opportunity to do it as a board themselves. But we can present with them what we did tried legally, and this is the new cost of service, which is something with, when you have that few households, is something that probably, as Sanjay said, every 2 or 3 years, we have to look to make sure it's not too high or not too low. So that's something that if it fluctuates with any cost of lab fees or something like that, we could be behind really quickly. Or if anything happens like with a flood control or something like that. The people that have it the worst are the ones that are stuck with the actual wastewater, septic, and the CDS side themselves. They are the smallest and they have to foot the bill for any repairs and stuff. And that's, a significant one that they're gonna have to find ways to offset that any way we can. And that's gonna require act of God with farm bills to cover like small rural wastewater things. I mean, on that side, it's gonna be very difficult to offset those small, those couple hundred people there.
If I could just clarify one point that you made, the $155,000 was an estimate of operating expenses, not what the reduction amount was going to be, and the operating expenses has gone up since that day to approximately 450,000, a little bit more than 450,000. So some of that subsidy or some of that $1.2 million has gone into what it has cost to operate the district. And so that's why that number has been depleted faster.
But that's not, you're not understanding my point. Okay, my point is that $1.2 million is not the district's money. It's the customer's money. Every bit of it. And it's from something that they were overcharged in the past at what the rates were. It was obviously the money the rates that were being paid at that time were covering expenses because they had this big surplus. And it took several years to develop this surplus. When the board said that, okay, gotta give this money back to the customers, that money is not the district's money. You can't come after the fact and say, well, now we have these higher costs. And so, so now you're not gonna get all that money back. The higher costs have absolutely nothing to do with that money. That money is the customer's money, and every bit of it needs to go back to them as far as a subsidy. And I read in that form that it was the subsidy totaled $155,000 a year was what they determined that subsidy was in this thing you gave me this morning. So my point is, it's not the district's money. You can't come back after the fact and say, oh, well, now we're gonna use that money because the costs are higher now, and so we're gonna use that money for that. They set an amount to be the subsidy, and that's what it needs to be. And that's.
Yeah, unfortunately, as I said, we can't go back, and that was the lawyer there advised the board.
We don't have to go back.
That's done.
We don't have to go back and do anything. We just need to abide by what this says.
Well, the 1.2 million is gone from now, so I mean, that's.
I disagree that it's gone.
Director Stovall.
I have a question for Frank. Given the context of this and what Director Thornburg just said, I agree, this is a restricted fund that has to be used for that particular project. And what I'm hearing is that there's an amount that needs to be paid back versus a service that needs to be paid back. And I see a conflict right there, is that the rates have been subsidized, but what was provided through that subsidy has gone up in value. But the dollar amount has. So I'm confused about your saying that this is an amount of money that has to be provided versus this amount of service has to be provided.
If I can provide
I'm confused because we're doing apples and oranges, it seems.
There's a rate study that was done that Director Thorne wrote. I gave it to him this morning, and it's not a Prop 218. Because when you reduce rates, you don't have to go through that process. You're allowed to do that. It's totally legal.
Okay.
There's a discrepancy about what the board told the public at that time, at a previous time, some time that was given before this. I don't know the timeline. We did a whole bunch of research, and we're gonna have to go back and do a whole bunch more research to find out when all this happened. But there was a conversation where board president, a whole bunch of whatevers was telling the customers that this is money that goes back to you. And ultimately, the decision was made by the board to implement these new rates. And that is what, I mean.
You're confusing two things we were talking about.
What, could you let him finish, please?
Yeah.
Mike, we did have a conversation earlier, and I understand everything that you're saying. You have an interpretation of what the board member said at that time as being law, and hang on. It's unfortunate that whatever actions that they took at that time put into place, this is their modus to get rid of that money, is we're going to reduce the rates to try to burn through the $1.2 million. We're not giving the money back to the people, but this is how it was determined that they could legally do this. And so I'm not trying to argue, I'm not trying to say anything. All I'm trying to do is show you what documents that we have and what decisions was made. And you only have, so that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm trying to say is that this is what we found.
But some of that then, I guess you have to reflect into it as, so basically, they were getting the subsidy and not getting an increase of cost of us doing business for them.
Generally,
it's what I'm kind of hearing. So in other words, the rates that they were paying should have been actually increasing
correct.
to make up for it.
So
like if they have that pump station, because that pump station is the menace that has caused fines, that has caused a lot of issues. That those, I guess now and in the future should be direct costs to that fund. Somehow, some way, because they have those extra costs that the district as a whole should not be paying.
correct.
Because that $2,000 or $3,000 per incident, per gallon per day, all is a direct issue. So I'm a little, I understand, the angle of, that the CDS folks are supposed to be getting that $20. I'm just coming up with a number, every bill off. Well, that means congratulations, that other bill is gonna have to come up significantly to cover the costs. If we're looking at this 218 and that whole number system on that on our 218 that we're looking at is even gonna have to be worse.
Yeah, the interpretation that I have, and I'm no expert again in this, it was a soft landing. How do we make a soft landing and get this $1.2 million back in the hands of the customers? And we're going to reduce the rates. And it says in the staff report that these rates are not at the operating expenses. So these are lower than it would actually cost to operate this district. And that is that was our justification for reducing the rates.
And being a member who was on the board at the time, the specific word from legal counsel was, we cannot give these money back to the customers because that would be a gift of public service. And that was why the rate study was done the way it was.
Yeah.
And that's why the resolution is done the way it is. So it was not made to give back the money to the customers. And we had lengthy discussions on that, and I was not in favor of the way it was, but you then again, at the same time, cannot vote to not have their rates be compensated, so we had to agree with being compensated, but the big question at the time again was, what happens when we reach the point where it's not meeting the cost of service, and that was never addressed, and the only way you could address that is with a Prop 218, and this is where we are now.
I get that, but what Nick was referring to, and I was trying to correct him, was when I was talking about what board members said and that sort of thing, I was talking about the fact that I don't have any reserves that were in existence at the time.
Yeah, there were
These
reserves.
people,
There were
because
reserves.
that was from, if you remember the email, the board president
That
stated.
was before,
Wait,
that
wait,
was
wait, wait.
before our actual board meeting. That was before we even came to that point. That board member was not on the board when we discussed this, so. As I said, going back to 2018 and 2019 is not productive because we can't do anything retroactively. This is where we are now.
I understand that, and that's exactly what I'm saying. You can't, what I'm saying is that what reserves were in place? Obviously, the reserves, whatever reserves that were in place at that time were being met. All the costs were being met. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had this big surplus to begin with. So all of the costs were met. That money is free and clear. So what I'm saying is you don't go back and say, okay, all the costs that when this happened, when these people were charged this extra money, all the debt was satisfied, all the expenses were satisfied. This was bonafide extra money. And so to get it back to them, they did the subsidy thing. Is what I'm saying.
They did another rate service, which was supposed to be a.
It says, I
service.
understand that, I understand that.
You understand, but you weren't on the board, so that resolution is the law, and now we're at this place where we did another cost of service. And that's what we have to follow to try to make sure that the same situation doesn't occur where we have a 1.2 million reserve. And the opposite situation doesn't occur where we're not meeting expenses, so that's the line where we have to kind of reach.
And I agree, and it says right in here, the resolution, it says right in there that it was intentionally lower than it should have been in order to basically do the subsidy. And they said, even stating there, it's intentional, okay? I get all that. All right, but what I'm saying and what I'm hearing is that that money's gone. And I don't understand why that money's gone if it's 150, it says right in here, it's 155,000 a year. It's $1.2 million divided by 155 is 7 years.
Well, let's not go, what is?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that what, 350, 400,000, what's that?
465 is the budget.
465, so it's not zero, but it's 465, so.
So anyway, that
430,
that
that's like
concludes,
435.
that's all I'm gonna say about that. I don't know what the answers are. I don't know what, if anything, will do.
Director Sam.
And
Going
did
on.
we also have an increase of customer base in ALT? Or, because I don't believe it was maxed out at the time of the 2018 or 2019.
I could go back and
So if that's the case and the customer base has been increased, then we're giving more money out than the 155 every year, because now there was 50 and now there's 60. So I mean, then we're also playing that game where there's money gone that shows we don't have that money available. I'm just coming up with another
Yeah.
avenue that might be some of the problem.
I could look at the numbers. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm sorry. I could definitely get those for you.
Oh, thank you very much, Liz. It worked splendidly.
Frank, I have a 218 question.
Sure.
That may ultimately come up in the discussion. If we have if it's assuming it's 15% and it drops to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. If we make a mid-course adjustment, let's say we probably won't do it for 2 years, realistically, by the time we get data. If we lowered it 1 year and we went a little too far, do we have the option of going back, or do we have to
You
stay?
don't set a percentage, you set a rate.
Ceiling, you set a ceiling.
You set a number, a dollar amount. So in the presentation, I'll show you this
You
after.
can pen back up to the number you originally
You
had.
you go.
You can,
Yeah.
so even if you don't make a rate increase for 3 years, and in year 5, you're like, oh my gosh, we're way under. You can go up to that rate that you've set in the study. That is how, that is why there's that buffer in there to make sure that you don't. You can go below the 10%, but you can't go above the 10%.
Okay.
That's why they do that.
Thank you. So, let's see, board action here.
I know there's any action unless there was some sort of a motion.
I mean, the only
Public
thing I
comment.
would say is, looking at trying to do that, the 5% over 10% and looking at different, inflationary levels to put that in your model someday as one of the alternates. Also making sure we make that 1.2%, because that was what started this whole process in the first place with the first increase was we weren't able to meet that debt ceiling to get the lowest SRF loan percentages. And instead of using a loan, they made the assessment, which also increased the rates as opposed to doing a loan and putting it that way. So we want to make sure that our debt ceiling is covered, that we do have that debt ratio. So if we can see what Mike T's alternate looks like meeting that coverage, and that may be another option for us.
Okay, public. Oh, there we go. Open to public. Mr. Dodd. Go ahead.
Steve, Mike, I agree with you 100%, and Mitch, I understood you 100%. It's like, you guys are right on schedule there, and, I got one question. The Auburn Lake treatment, wastewater treatment plant, or wastewater. People left and you can't track them down, so they can't get their subsidies. But what about new people that are coming in and they're only been there like 6 months? Are they getting subsidies?
Yep.
So, and they're not even there. They haven't even paid in.
Just to clarify that, that's not on the treatment plant, that's on their wastewater.
So, yeah,
That's the
wastewater,
CDS.
yeah.
And
So they're getting the subsidies and they don't deserve it. That's unfair.
Well, we made a big stink about it
Yeah,
at
we
the
did,
time.
didn't
Oh, yeah. Oh, I was
Steve
pissed.
Miller did.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, Steve Miller was all over it too.
yeah. Sheree, go ahead, please.
Okay. So we're talking the zone fund right now is 562,000. So it hasn't been taken. Right?
So that's you have to take out the operating reserve. And you have to take out the CIP portion of that. So there's money that's already allocated that's kind of restricted.
So it started at 1.2 million.
That is
now
correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So in the rate study, it projected it would be, go down to 463
Mhm.
on it. They weren't gonna deplete the whole thing. They were gonna keep reserves. I remember that. And then expenses were projected it started in 2019 at 317, 2024, 375,000.
So we're slightly higher than that.
Right, so it's not 155. And expenses, like you said to him, that's what they were getting back
No.
as a credit.
No.
Right, so the expenses are not that far off from it.
How many,
So when did they actually stop getting the credit?
They're still getting the credit. to
Never
this day.
stopped. It's never stopped, that's the problem.
So it wasn't, and okay, so let me just clarify, there's no like credit that is on an account. The way that this was done was through a rate study. They did a study to go, what are the rates that we can do to get it down to a certain level by a certain date?
Right, and that was 5 years.
And so they set an actual rate within the study. That is, so the subsidy is what it was originally that built the 1.2, and then what they're actually being charged today. That's the difference.
So the study didn't speculate or specify that on year 6, it goes to this amount.
It can't, you can only do 5 years in a rate study. They did a 5-year rate study, but in the year 5, it basically said you need to jack the rates back up. But you can't do that in a Prop 2.8 without having a Prop 218 hearing.
Okay, so that's what you're doing now.
Correct.
Right, but we were told they didn't require a reserve. I remember that they could not have been a reserve.
All enterprise funds have to have an emergency reserve.
Well,
That's not what we.
what this, and what this resolution actually says is to continue till it's depleted. The
Yeah.
goal was to deplete it,
Yeah, well,
okay?
then I heard with 400,000 too. I
Yeah.
remember that.
I heard to go down, I heard 500,000
Yeah,
ish.
something like that, yeah.
So we're below 500,000, we're right at it. But when you take out the operating reserve, and you take out the CIP reserve, we're basically, the money is allocated, it's restricted money.
Okay. I don't see any more hand raised online or in hands. Oh, let me hear what-
You have, Mr. Pro.
oh, you? Oh, Bob, Mr. Pro, go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Pro?
Steve,
Steve.
Steve Pro?
Well, that's his computer and then he'll log in with the.
Oh, yeah, his name's up there, he's muted.
He's muted.
He's muted.
He's still muted.
Mm,
We're gonna have to.
Moving
We
right
have
along.
more discussion on this item, right? I mean,
Is that?
No, we're-
This is the only public comment.
okay.
We got our hours worth there.
There's no direction, there was just a discussion.
What's the discussion? No
I
action.
mean, if Sanjay's draft a report, I mean, I heard a lot of things that suggest to me that there's need to be some tweaks to whatever the report is. Because what I don't think we should do is have him come present a report and then it goes right back down to square one.
Yeah, and that's what I proposed is that we have Mike's alternate percentage for the years and adjustment in the interest done with being able to meet that 1.2%. So that's what,
The debt service.
yes.
So basically,
So we're ready to show the model and do that right now. That's what I've been trying to say. But we are in the midst of writing the report. So we got direction. We're planning to provide a draft next week. We're 80% done. So if you want, we can go and do the model now, or we can do it another time. I'm just looking for direction.
If you wanna, if we wanna keep on the schedule, we would have to do it right now to give any direction.
I don't have a problem with that, and it's up to the whole board.
I mean, it's an all-nighter tonight anyway.
my suggestion is he's here, he has the
Let's do
model,
it.
he can play with the numbers now.
Let's do
We
it.
should do it.
Let's move forward, Sanjay.
All right, so let's open the model. Nancy, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
yeah,
All right. All the mates.
You gonna talk to him?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Make
go.
it quick.
Sanjay.
No, let's Steve Pro.
Just talk to
Oh,
Pro.
Steve, that's Steve. He's back.
Can
Go
you
ahead,
hear
Mr.
me?
Yes, we can.
Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead, Steve Pro.
Can I not be interrupted by anyone else, please?
Oh, Sanjay, I think it's.
We gotta move Sanjay.
yeah.
Ask Sanjay to stand by.
He's not, he's
All right,
muted.
go ahead, Mr. Pro.
Yes,
Yes.
all of these rate studies that you're speaking about have been addressed in the challenge to the district. And during the challenge to the district, you, the board, made an, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, sir.
Nobody's.
It's his.
Yeah, it's on.
There's a time delay going through on Zoom.
It's because you have two devices open, sir.
There's a time delay on Zoom. Yes. During,
Mr.
during this, these rate studies that you're speaking about have been addressed in the challenge to the district. And during the challenge to the district, you, the board, made an, yes, can you hear me? You made an agreement. You made an agreement. There's a time delay going through on Zoom. You made an agreement, and during that agreement,
Can you mute Bob?
He doesn't. He logs on. It's on his,
I'm saying, can you mute the Bob? part?
it won't let you.
No.
Let's let him get through it.
Or turn off the other.
The key is we can hear what he's saying. That's what public comment is.
Mr. Pro, if you just continue, where you're getting an echo from your second device, but we can hear your comment.
Made an agreement. What I'm trying to say is the board made an agreement to settle a challenge. The board made an agreement to make a settlement. If the board would have followed what the settlement agreement said, all of these issues that you're speaking about now it would have been addressed and taken care of at that time.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
we had an agreement. To settle a challenge. And the board has never done anything to settlement. If the board would have followed what the settlement agreement said, all of these issues that you're speaking about now would have been addressed and taken care of at that time. The board has not done anything to settle that agreement. I have tried to work with the district. The same people that were on the board at that time are doing gobbledygook answers. We all know what happens when people start gobbledygooking and don't want to tell the truth to the public. Rates were charged, no interest was given on that.
Time's up.
I'm going to done anything to settle that agreement. I am going to try to work with the district. The same people that were on the board at that time are doing gobbledygook answers. We all know what happens when people start gobbledygooking and don't want to tell the truth to the public. Rates were charged, no interest was given on that. The rates that were charged. Can I send in a written response? I'm going to.
There's a question.
Yes.
Can you submit a written?
You can submit, anyone can submit any district.
I don't know if you can hear me. Yes, sir, you can.
Yes, I can send in a written response.
Yes.
Thank you very much. This Zoom stuff just doesn't work over here. I'm sorry.
We heard you.
Mr. Pro, in the future, if you can turn off the YouTube that you're listening to, because you have a 20-second delay on YouTube.
Can I send in a written? All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yes, Mr.
Sanjay.
Pro.
That
Sanjay,
happened to me one day.
public comments closed.
Nick,
Sanjay. Sanjay, you here, sir? You're unmuted.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
And now Mr. Director Thornborough's gone, and he was one of the big drivers of this. So I think
Yeah.
it's way for him.
So he can get everything set up for it to roll.
Okay.
What are they on?
Okay, are we ready to get started? I was hoping to see my son's water polo game, so.
We're ready for our point man
We're
on
waiting
discussion.
for one more board member to come back, so if you could give us like maybe like 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay,
What time is this game?
at 4:40.
So we'll give you a hard stop at 4:32.
Okay, 8 minutes.
Not fast.
Not fast.
Good luck.
Yeah, I'm really sorry.
Okay, well, why don't we get it tuned up? Nancy, can you show the model and let's get it all,
Show up and ready to roll.
yeah. And
Thank
then
you.
once you are ready, we'll get started. Okay, yeah, we showed that. Can
Feedback,
you
feedback.
hide row,
place.
and this lower the inflationary increase too?
Director Thornborough.
This to the number that they wanted. What was it? 2.8 or whatever it is, just.
So the inflationary increase, we don't have anything across the board. We have all these different,
Yeah, just make it all 2.8.
2.8 is the number.
Yeah, right? Is that the number we're choosing, 2.8?
I think I heard 3% at some point, but I don't.
Yeah, 30%.
3%, make it all 3% every year.
Okay.
You may want to do a save as too.
I will.
What did you have it set at before?
3.5.
We had it all, we used, can you go, yeah, Control Z?
Yeah.
So we use different factors for different things. So general is one, salary is one, health benefits another.
Okay.
Yep.
We're not being vanilla.
Okay, changing it to 3.
Yep.
You're going vanilla though now.
Yes, we are. That's the direction we received. So Director, you're correct. If you do 3% and 5%, that works. So if you want to do a lower inflationary increase, we can proceed with that. We have been working on the report, so now we'll have a delay. And because we got authorization from the board to proceed with the report last time I met with you all. So we'll need a few more weeks, Nicholas, and there might be some overruns in the project. Yeah, we can proceed with the lower inflationary if that's the direction we receive from the board. We'll put that in our report that that's the direction we received because, you know, these are lower than we would use.
So the reason why it just works all of a sudden is because you didn't go vanilla before. You went with actuals, right? Or more realistic projections,
We
right?
went based on our crystal ball. I mean, this is all crystal ball.
That
Everyone-
is the salary increases too. Those were a little bit higher in the beginning years due to input from staff.
Yeah.
I think they were union negotiations.
Correct.
Yeah,
So we're just doing 3%.
Yeah, 5%.
Okay.
Lower inflation, higher.
So which direction would we like to proceed?
He did, they checked it at 5%.
Okay, so these rates are based on the 5% as well, Sanjay?
Yes. 15 first year and then 5 the following years.
Okay, and this is also true for irrigation water too, whatever adjustments are there in
Yes,
terms of rates.
both would increase by the same amount.
Okay.
Well, irrigation, we had at 5 all the way, not 15 the first year. I had down to 5, 5 for each year of the 5
We
years.
can't charge one less than the other. It's all one happy family.
What, you cannot charge?
It's an enterprise fund, so you can't break out the two pieces of the same enterprise. fund.
Oh, that's right, okay, uh-oh.
So what you're saying, Sanjay, is we're not going vanilla and we're going against what you had found in the past based on historical data from others.
We are going vanilla and we're going against
Vanilla is across the board inflationary costs as opposed to each individual piece. He's looking at what the trend lines are, what the crystal ball is for steel, for concrete.
Thank you.
So his original model had different inflationary marks for each different category.
Thank you.
Director Seaman.
Okay, I had one question since I didn't understand this 15% has to be for every basic fund that we have for the first year. Is that what you just said?
we're talking about water. And for water, yes.
That's, I'm talking, yeah, every fund we have except for wastewater, you're saying it has to be listed at 15%.
15% is the revenue requirement, and then we do the cost of service to change the rates. Like in the prior presentation.
No, what she's asking is the 15% rate increase first year for domestic water, and then for
And irrigation.
and you're saying it has to be 15% for the first year for irrigation water as well, because you can't treat, they're all in the same enterprise fund. That's your question, right?
Yes.
And that's news to you,
That
right?
is, yes.
So that's essentially what she's asking. Can you explain that, Sanjay?
Yeah, I mean, we in the prior presentations, we talked about how there's 2 steps. One's the financial plan, which is how much revenue we want to collect. Second step is the cost of service, and then we add them together. So in the prior presentations, we have explicitly said that everyone's going up by that percentage.
I'm clearly against this model. The government manipulates the CPI numbers to fit their desired outcome. We are manipulating these numbers based on what the staff and the previous history in the last several years has shown that's going to cost us more. We're manipulating these numbers to fit a desired outcome. So on both cases, the government, and we're doing the same thing here. So that's where I stand on that. Go ahead.
I gotta, if we are gonna do the 15% for the irrigation, then wouldn't that offset the concerns about the inflation rate? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, except irrigation is funding it.
I'd like, I'd like to,
I mean, that's what I see is that
If
you're
we-
put,
if we just have a couple seconds, I'd like to put my model back up and change that number and see what.
Yeah.
If
Director
nobody
Stoll.
objects.
It's my opinion to go ahead and keep it as it is, and then it'll be up to the board to reduce the rate as we can in the future.
yeah, but the first year's gonna be 15.
And in the future years, it can be 10, but if it's below that 10 because of lower costs, lower inflation, or possibly additional revenue, we as a board are required to have the rate reflect the cost of service. And if the cost of service goes down, then we need to reduce the rate. I would like to have the board, from my personal viewpoint, have that freedom to reduce the rate.
We're relying on a crystal ball right now.
We will have.
But if we have that option year by year.
Yeah.
Then we don't need to guess. We could make that
We have-
year by year. Yeah.
That's my point. is that I think we can have it both ways with not changing it right now. That's my opinion.
So I'm seeing that 15%. Is what we're gonna have to have. For 24, 25, no matter what, if we go by any model. Is basically what, the Sanjay model says. And as well as Mike's model, we're gonna have to be at 15%. And then from 25 to 26, we could say, oh, this isn't gonna work, and we can drop either one. Or both to whatever we feel
So-
will work.
I mean, I'm not gonna say you have to do 15. You could, so let's just, I mean, we're now opening the can of worms here. So you did that. So we can make that 10. And then you have to make the other years higher. But again, this is the lower inflationary, so we can say 10 and 7. Or you can say, no, let's make it all the same percentage. So we can go most likely 8 each year.
I guess I wonder at what point are you not just being our calculator? And we're not taking the advice of staff and your expertise doing hundreds of these, and we're overriding what you believe to be, in your best opinion, accurate values to be inserted here based on all these that you've done, and our staff telling us what probably will be the actual cost of providing a service. And what point are we micromanaging you, the professionals that theoretically know more than we do when we don't do this job day by day?
Well, yeah, we've crossed that line already. So, yeah, so that's already been done.
He's offended.
So, no, I'm not offended. I don't, this is your risk. This is your agency, right? You're going to be living with this. I'm going to be gone.
Well, this board
So,
hires.
I mean, if you're going to I'm willing to bet that inflation will be higher than 3%. I can promise you that. There's not much I can promise in life, but that's one thing I can promise. I don't know any utility that has a 3% each year inflationary increase.
Right, that's yeah, shadow statistics. We hire a general manager to do a job and we trust him, but verify. And we hired you to trust you to do the same. And if we have the option of revisiting this annually without having to rely on a crystal ball, and if you're wrong, then we make that adjustment, and then it's a surprise on the upside to the ratepayer if we lower it. I don't see any downside risk. Oh, go ahead, Director Sonry.
Yeah, I was just saying, to have those two models, so have the first model that we have with all of the input, and then the second option would be showing that 3%, 15, 5, and 5, to present both of them, so we can, see the difference, and that will clearly show us the potential shortfalls that is possible, but it also will show us the potential rates that we may go, even if it is capped at the higher level, this is probably where we're going to be. So that kind of shows us that. So I would say.
I just want to make sure I understand. So do you want us to write 2 reports?
can you present it with the second model? You have two options.
So the
Well, I
report,
mean, we're in the process now where the board is to receive the report and authorize the Prop 218 notice. So if we want to delay the process and go over two scenarios, we can do that and we can put the report on hold, but I'm a bit confused on process. Like, how are we going to move forward?
I would like to put my model up for a second, just so I can see for myself what that's gonna do. It'll be real quick, should be anyway.
just be aware, Mr. Sandre is
Yeah,
missing,
he needs to
in 5
move on.
minutes, he's
Yeah.
gonna be missing his
Okay.
thing, so.
His,
Well, can we get a
They
message
need
to
to
him
go.
tonight or something, or email him and
Well, but that
talk to him
won't be,
tomorrow
Yeah,
morning?
but you're wanting to get his opinion on some stuff. I think we're just trying to make sure that we don't respect his time as well.
Well, and for me to make an opinion on this, I need to see the Excel model. I need a copy of this. I can't make an opinion on just looking at a screen. So you need to send us this Excel file and we can provide our comments.
There we go, okay. Okay.
so he needs to see this model.
I need a copy of it.
So the big issue is the report was supposed to be here by Monday. Be done by Monday for like legal review, for staff review before the October meeting. So we're up against a wall on any kind of changes.
Yeah, so based on that feedback, I recommend that we don't want to delay our 218, so.
We don't wanna delay the
Yeah, so I think we should go ahead with the report, but knowing that, these are numbers we can probably aim at, looking forward to in 25, 26, based on when we do our review, so.
I'm sorry,
geez, weeks.
sorry about that.
You need to contain yourself a little.
Well, keep your feet up from under mine.
Oh, I thought it was something else.
Steve. All right, I say I'm good with the 15 for irrigation, 15 for treated, and 5s after that.
I'm not,
You're not?
no, I want to go with what has been proposed. It's going to be presented on Monday and have the
Well,
board
nothing's
have
gonna
the
be
ability
presented.
to lower the rate as needed.
Okay, I'm done with this.
That's how I feel.
Is this a board action that needs a
You need,
vote?
yeah,
We
so
have to give him direction.
this is the opportunity to, we've had the workshops, this was another presentation on with the model. Some alternative rates and proposals proposed by Director Thurmbo. This is the time though, basically, to tell Sanjay. I move forward with what was discussed, or do you want to do something additional or alternative to that? Now that's the time for direction from the board on this.
And I think you can go consensus on where because we've already had the action of the board, so if you wanna, I don't know, I see your hand, so you're gonna take one more statement question. And then maybe do consensus on who feels that it should be continuing with the original direction or alternate direction.
Thornborough.
Yeah, less than a minute.
Well, here's what I remember Sanjay saying when he put in the numbers that I had suggested in there. He says, yes, that will work.
If you do the lower inflationary costs, if you don't.
After you put the 3% in there.
Correct, and so what I think his caution was. That may be true, that may not be true, you don't wanna be wrong on the low end.
All he was saying was the 3% numbers work if that's what the inflation is.
Yes,
And nobody has that crystal ball.
it's 3% lowering in general. Now you're also lowering all the other categories that were rated higher than 3%, all 3%. So you're lowering
So can we move
You're
on?
also raising the lower ones too.
Alright, so the question is, do you wanna move forward with the rates design that have been discussed at the workshops and that Sanjay was preparing right now? Or do you want to include what was discussed and presented by Director Thurmbo in terms of an inflationary factor of 3% across the board and with the rate structure that he presented? I think that's the direction that the rate consultant needs.
Okay, Director Stovall.
I'm in favor of maintaining what's been established to date and not changing it.
Director Saunders.
Yeah, after hearing what Sanjay says, I recommend we get over what was presented in the workshop, because we can always look forward to next year and have it at the next level that we see fit.
Director Seaman.
Nope, it goes just the Thornball.
And I vote. Keep
No,
things
no,
up.
he's saying to.
Chain of command, Betty.
Okay, okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
I understand what you're saying.
Thank you, Director Seaman, for presenting the chain of command process. Director Thorne.
Well, I think, I like my modify with the 15 on both of them. With 5% on both of them. That's what I think. I don't see why we have to charge the customers more money. And say, okay, well, yeah, which is what we did last time, is we froze the rates, we froze the increases and stuff. But
The yes or no answer.
I want my way. I want it my way.
Vice President Seaman.
I would like to see it the way we had proposed it originally.
And I agree, as originally proposed, with the option of looking at it every year.
Sanjay, go enjoy your son's water polo game.
All right, thank you. Bye, everyone.
All right, thanks, Sanjay.
Item C, agenda items, action item C, consider the adopted fiscal year 24-25 operating budget and capital improvement plan, CIP discussion with CIP adjustments. Nicholas.
So this is an item that is to go over what the operating budget is, to suggest any potential changes. There was one change. I did get some direction from a board member on the investment policy and how that will relate to the CIP plan. And that in any money that is generated through the investments, while it is shown in the operating budget as it does come in as revenue, that will be the first money that is utilized in the CIP process when we do any kind of CIP work as per prior board direction. So I'm going to turn it over again to Director Thornborough. He asked to have this item put on the agenda, and this is something that I would just like to kind of drive. There was just kind of given staff direction from the board, if there is any.
All right, I asked for, well, one of the reasons why Nick said is that in the revenue we had, well, when we had talked about investing this money, and we agreed that we were going to go ahead and invest it, the money, the proceeds was supposed to go straight into CIP. But it was being used as revenue and funneled through the operations budget, which I didn't feel that it should be. So we've got that taken care of now, you know, when Nick just said. So it's going straight into CIP. The other thing I think that should move into CIP is sale of assets. I thought we had discussed this before, but maybe not. Sale of assets should also go into CIP, since the purchase of the assets comes out of CIP. So I think that should go into CIP as well. And then we're on to CIP, and we're spending $640, I think it was $648,000 on our CIP, but putting pretty much zero in it. Though we do move that 350 in it, because we ended up using the CIP money for other things. And so we were spending over $600,000. I was concerned about that. I think that we should review what we're gonna do. Nick and I had discussed it. I think that things like vehicle, which was already down into the priority 2 area, was vehicle replacements. I think we need to reevaluate the items that we have in priority 1, and then say that we're not going to do anything below priority 2 this year. I can't remember, and you know what? I think I brought my old people copy here. That would be really nice. Oh, that's better.
I relate to your old people penalty.
Yeah, look at this. I know, yeah, this is way cool. Yeah.
Anybody can get an old people copy, just ask.
I do it on my computer, okay?
Jessica is our ADA accessible printer at this point for budget stuff.
All right, here we go. I was in CIP. I got the wrong old people copy. They can actually go bigger. I've seen them go bigger.
We're gonna put a poster on the wall.
Yeah.
Projection.
All right, well, when you start getting younger board members, you won't have this problem. All right, here we go. Okay, now I can see what's going on here. We got things on there. These are kind of like nickel dime things as far as 3,000, 2,000, but I think we just need to review them. I think up here, the distribution tank coating that's a must have.
Just to note that that's not gonna be $175,000, so we have some alternative funding that we're trying to get for that. Recent estimates were
That'd be good.
575 and up to 750.
Okay, that'd be good. And the other thing is down here at the, for the zone, we have expenditures, which Nick says that we're not gonna do. You got 51,500, we're being told the zone doesn't even have any money.
So it does have some capital improvement money, so it's not no money, but yes, we are going to hold off on those until those purchases can be made.
Until what?
Until we have money until if we get a rate increase, then we can readdress and reevaluate those purchases.
Okay, and you had said, that the 210,000 for, that I guess was never done, right, was not gonna be done.
You'll see in the next item on the agenda, it's going to be zeroed out. We have it on, it's a,
Oh, okay.
bear with
Okay.
me on that one.
Okay. I'm going to bring up my objection again about the Growlersburg, because I did a little bit of math. I don't agree that we should be spending that money on Growlers, to have Growlersburg come out here and do the work that I feel like crews should be doing. The Growlersburg works out to be, with the $22,000 allotted, it works out to be almost 100 days of having Growlersburg come out here and do this work. My other objection to it is the fact that Growlersburg came out and did right by my house, and it was terrible. They had the crew out there for most of the day. They only did they only did on one side of the road. They only went down a little ways and it all grew back lickety split. Whereas the year before, the staff came and did it, and they cleared it as far as you can see going in both directions. And they did such a fantastic job that it took a long time to grow back. So I don't understand why we would be having Growlersburg come out almost 100 days to do the work that our guys, and I've heard the argument that, well, you don't want our guys sitting on doing that stuff. Well, guess what? That's their job. That's what they're getting paid to do. And I think that that's what needs to happen. I don't see spending another $22,000 to get something done that we're already paying to get done. Now, it can't maybe a few days a year, but not almost 100 days. That's what I got. The whole purpose is to, because of the way the finances are, we need to I wanted to go over it again and see if we needed to make some adjustments. Especially moving that interest over to CIP.
Nicholas, would you like to
Anybody else?
comment on the use of using resources that you pay $30 an hour for? The cost of benefit analysis.
Oh, you gotta stop.
I mean, me and Director Thornrow have had some discussions, so he has his opinion and I have mine.
Director Seaman.
I can see if we're going to use Growlersburg, we need to have a little more reign over them if they're not gonna do a competent job like we need it done. That needs to be addressed. If they cannot do it, then we don't hire them again. And it's kind of looking like they're not really doing that good of a job. So it may be cheap, but if you buy cheap and you get your car painted and it's cheap and it falls off within 2 years, it was really worth doing or not.
So
No, I don't need a comment back. I'm just saying we need to start looking at a check and balance of this money that we're spending on this. It's not just we're handing them money to go out and do a job. It's we're gonna go out and make sure they've done a competent job, or they need to come back and take care of business, or we don't hire them again. I mean, we do that with every other contractor. Why do we have this one running kind of rogue? Now you can respond.
Okay. It has come to my attention that there is one crew that does better work than others. And we have little control over what the CAL FIRE crew does. I mean, we can't direct them. Yes, we can have them come back out and we can have them correct things and fix things. But I mean, this is work that we're getting for $2.50 a man hour. And that's our justification. And this is typically doing slash and burn, doing work. You know, we use them a lot at Walton. We use them in other open areas to do work that, in my opinion, would cost the district more to have some of the work being done by our employees.
Go ahead, Rick.
Let me reiterate, if we have a crew that comes out in an area that we've hired them to work and it's failed, then they need to be put on notice. The state should have, and they probably do, have a system in place on how to address these situations. We should not be taking this lightly, that we're spending this nothing amount of money, which it is something, a certain amount of money, and we need to have it addressed. And if they don't want to do a good job, they have a bad crew, then we don't want that bad crew to come out. I mean, we can put requirements on these guys or don't use them. I mean, they can go find work somewhere else. And then the other thing I think I went over earlier was that we were going to have the finance committee look at some of these numbers on the budget of the percentages of the amount looked. I think I said that, didn't I? You know, like if there was 80% of the budget from the previous year left, then maybe that number on the budget should be dropped for the budget. And then next month we come back and reassess the amounts that are on the budget.
Yes, at the year end you're referring to?
The year end as of 23, 24.
Yeah.
And get those, since we are close, I'm assuming to have some of those numbers that are back. As I was running through the numbers, that we had quite a few that were listed at over 60% that we did not spend. So if that means they're over 60%, we need to look at maybe dropping it 10 or 20% on each of these line items and dropping the cost, the end result on the budget.
I mean, that's obvious. That's definitely something that we can take a look at. If you can flag a few of those.
Well, you can see it just going down Jessica's list, and it's very easy for you to see which ones are over a certain percentage. And if it takes, you know, the finance committee to do that, then I would urge to make a recommendation that the finance committee takes this on next meeting and then returns it back so that we can look at reducing the budget numbers.
I understand that. I think some of what I was asking for is where are you seeing these numbers so that we could discuss them and we can tell you or explain some of the reasons why there's certain areas that are like that. There is a justification typically. We don't.
So we have materials and supplies for non-departmental surplus, source 5100.
5100, thank you.
Okay, so that one is materials and supplies, and you're at 69.44%.
Yes,
So unless we have bills that we have to pay from that, then maybe we need to think about dropping that down 10% of that budget line item.
so there very well could be.
And that's what I'm saying. And then on the next page, 5200, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different numbers that are up over some outrageous amount. And so maybe there's one down here on this memberships and subscription that we budgeted. We got 92% of that number still left.
Yeah, but we budgeted $150, so it's $100.
$100 coming off that budget, every little counts. And I'm just walking through, there's one on 5,300 at 88%, 0.9, government another membership, you know, membership numbers. So I would say it would be great if we could get that kind of feedback back from the finance committee and then actually assess the budget again and see if we can actually reduce it somewhat.
I think what Nick was trying to say is we already did that. So we lowered it from 450 to 150. So we need to compare the budget from the fiscal year end, is what I'm hearing you
Right,
say.
yeah,
Because we have already done that in this new budget for this year. We've lowered significantly the things that we were over. But we can go through it again and see if there's anything else, because there's specific
Right.
things that we're actually accounting for.
okay,
And I can provide that original, when we were developing this fiscal year 24-25 budget,
Mm.
it had those boxes underneath that broke down every line item and what we were gonna pay, like, purchase.
Right.
And then there's always a miscellaneous, so I mean, we could sharpen the pencil on the miscellaneous items, but the other things are almost a done deal.
well, if it's a fixed number.
Yeah, if it's a
And
fixed
that-
number.
Yeah,
But for like memberships, we moved a lot of those membership costs over to admin. And took them out of the individual funds, but that doesn't reduce the budget, it just moves it out of one into the other.
right,
So we can do another comparison, I can do that with the.
yeah, and I think that's part of what, Director Thornborough was going with too, is some of the numbers. I wanna see some of these numbers, if they can be tightened up a little tighter, great, and let's work to get that done,
Every penny counts.
that's right.
I expect that the budget, the finance committee will look at this in relation to past expenses too. To look at what this year is and then go back. And we'll probably ignore a lot of what happened in the mosquito year. Cause that was aberrant.
Right.
But that's kind of what I see as their pattern is they look at what's happened over a 5-year period.
Right.
But I totally agree with what you're saying. What they need is the year in. I mean.
This isn't final, but
Yeah, we need a final.
I'm
They need
looking
a
at
final.
both of them right now, and there are a lot of reductions.
We'll take a look at it real closely. Me and Jessica can sit down and we can present this to the finance, because it's a good topic for. Maybe the September meeting, maybe we'll get,
If you get.
close to the final.
For finance,
Yeah.
I've already made the budget for next year, I'm already,
No, for the 26th, can we, what final expenses for 23-24?
they're right here so far.
Yeah, but how
It's
would,
only things that we don't know about yet that.
yeah, so we should have decent numbers by the 26th. We can present this to the finance committee. And they're welcome to make any recommendations to the board moving forward. And we will do a 6-month budget review in January. We always do. And at that point, if something is egregiously off, we can make those adjustments and change those. So we have some time to make those adjustments. We typically do a board, a budget amendment in January.
Right, so this would be a good time for this to get started.
That is correct.
I've already started it. So the budget report that you have in your packet that shows the previous years, and then it has the amended budget, which is included the January amended budget from last fiscal year. And then the actuals, and then the proposed budget. I already have this updated to show the approved budget and where we are for July. So I could present that to the finance committee.
Thank you.
Director Smith.
Just to clarify, Director Thornborough, you had 3 concerns about the CIP. One was that the sale of assets should go back into the CIP.
Right, that should go directly into CIP.
One was around the Growlersburg. And the other was that the interest on the CIP fund should stay in the CIP. Was there?
No,
There were 3
the-
things that you kind of
Yeah,
put on the agenda, and I just want to make sure that I caught
yeah,
what you want.
the investment interest goes directly into CIP.
Yeah.
The sale of assets goes into CIP. That we need to reevaluate the project since we didn't have any money to contribute to CIP this year. And so I thought we should reevaluate what projects, because they had like 600,000 coming out. And also the zone, it was my understanding, they didn't have any CIP money, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the Growlersburg.
Thank you. Director.
And then, go ahead.
I was just gonna add that moving forward, especially after the Prop 218, as we know that there'll be a line item for this is how much of the revenue is supposed to be contributed to CIP. So as we used to have before, having that expense CIP is where we know that's going directly into the CIP where it's automatically subtracted beforehand. So at the end of the year, we don't have the problem where we don't have that money to put in. And a lot of I know we moved 640,000 and we also have to remember the offset of grants. So a lot of the stuff was grants we didn't get in. And you did bring up which I saw is on the next item, the headquarters stuff, which we're not doing. So all of those offsets to make sure that are in there.
That you reminded me of another issue is that which we talked about before, and I thought it was resolved. Is we keep putting all these things, we're charging stuff to the headquarters building that's not supposed to be charged to that. That headquarters building was to remodel this place. That's what that money was for, the 200,000. And now we got another 19,000 being charged to that for a roof repair. Okay,
So the 19,000 isn't being charged to that. That's a new item. The 200,000 is, let me get to the next item before you talk about that anymore, and it'll explain. The 19,000 is a new item that needs to be done, and that is the roof repair. That was the only that's being approved.
But my point is that $200,000 was to remodel this, that the project that $200,000 is for. And so far we've had the carport out there charged for the equipment was charged to that. You know, this stuff needs to be more transparent is what I'm saying. But Mike reminded me of something else that it isn't shown in the budget anywhere. And that is somehow, and I don't know how you would do it because I don't do that sort of thing, but we need to have in there for our operating reserves. There's no mention in there, and that is a cost. When our expenses go up, our reserve, so we need to contribute to that, and that never shows up in the budget anywhere, and I think that should be taken into account as well. Because it is an expenditure.
It is within our accounting. We have it within our Tyler billing. It's within the financial documents that get put out.
But where's the money reflected in the budget?
So it's not a revenue or it's part of the revenue that comes in. We use the property tax revenue and other revenues that come in to generate that operating expense, or excuse me, operating revenue. Sorry, operating reserve.
What I'm saying, it doesn't show up anywhere.
It does, not in a budget though. It shows up in financial documents. It shows up in the accounts that we have. And then we have, we have an account that it's in, plus it's within, and Jessica has probably the account number, so she can tell you what it is.
I mean, technically, that's what California class is.
Yes.
So that line item is right on pooled cash, because it's not an operating reserve. I mean, it is, but it is in our pooled cash account. So if you look on page 1 of the pooled cash report, the California class investment pool, that's where we're keeping our operating reserve.
Okay.
And
But
it
you
was
don't,
at 1.65, that's what we were supposed to keep, I think.
it's less than that. We can't,
It's 1.
there's no way to put it in the budget as a line item, because it's not, it's part of the revenues that come in. So we take part of the revenues that come in and that's what gets put aside for that operating revenue.
Right, so it's taken out of the revenues, but
It's just not shown in this document. It's shown in a different document because
all right.
like the reason being is because it goes like this. It does one of these numbers. It's not always the same. That
Well, if he showed as an expense, then now that's gonna go up and it's gonna be just this big, you know what I mean? Like it's compounded, so that's why I say I don't know how you would do that. But it seems like that should.
we can make a narrative for future budgets and put something in there that's a narrative that would explain.
Maybe down at the bottom.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do that.
All right.
Maybe we'll make a note of that just so we can explain the operating
I was
reserve
gonna
and how it works.
give another option as well. Is it is a board directed fund, so we could have that as a fund summary, just like Stumpy Meadow Reserve, we put operating reserve, and that can be a fund summary, show where we are with the operating reserve, and it shows what's in and out of it.
Like we can make a 600 fund, that is the operating reserve,
That's fine.
and it would just tie to the pooled cash too, because it is just pooled cash. Every revenue stream feeds into that, just like they feed into all of our investments. So even though we have designations, the pooled cash is the bucket. And so California class is just kind of that,
It's a bucket in the bucket.
it's a bucket in the bucket, and that's where we're keeping that lump.
And usually it's
as an
more,
operating reserve, so it's sitting there.
often it's more than our need, than the operating reserve need. And so it's daily transactions, but that is always often more than we need in the operating reserve.
But it's good
Like
to
a lot.
show that, cause we do that in Laugh now. And we do have that fluctuation, cause all of our money comes in when, membership pays their dues. So we really have to look at that operating reserve to make sure we have it, cause if we ever get to a point where we can't pay salaries or anything else, that automatically will flag to us. So having that show that you're where you need to be is always good to know.
I think the easiest way would be creating a
Just
fund
type
like
it.
a 600.
I think we've got some direction. We can come back, we're gonna send this to finance. We're gonna kind of continue to look at this. You know, we can make another fund, we can make a little narrative about where this comes from and I think that's, those are all good directions. Have we done public comment yet? I don't think so.
Just a question, why is it only going through April 30th?
So that's just the old budget report. We have one that's been updated, that we can provide to you if you need it.
Okay, yeah, should have been in here.
So.
You updated on the website?
Yes. No, it's
Through the end of July?
whatever line it says.
What do we need?
Just give it to, because we got staff, we got direction.
Staff turn.
I'll show you. There's one line, it's like a expenses as a.
Okay. Line item. Moving on to action item E. D, excuse me. Consider annual year-end zero out the fiscal year 2023 for capital improvement plan remaining balances.
Let's see if we might be able to do this one quickly. Basically, an auditing requirement is, we need to, when you put money into a CIP project and it's allocated every year. So I'll give an example of the headquarters building because that one is kind of a hot topic. So for a few years in a row, it was put in a $200,000. And then next year it was $200,000. So that money actually accumulates. It's not like we have an account that we take $200,000 and put it in this account and then take another 200,000, now it's 400,000. But in our accounting software, when the auditor looks at our accounting software, he does see a pile in an account. So what we need to do every year is any money that is not going to be spent on CIP projects, we need to do a zero out. So this is going to become a regular board item around this time. So what we're asking for the board is a resolution to zero out these specific projects that are listed in here so that we don't have these buckets, that we have this big bucket, and we have all these little buckets, and so all these little buckets are these projects. And so again, the example of the headquarters building is
The available funds.
there's $444,000 in that bucket account, and it was originally only supposed to be 200,000, which was what we originally thought might do it. We've spent 75,000, and that is a couple projects that Director Thornborough has commented on. So what we're asking for the board to do is to clear out all that old bucket money and dump the buckets into the big bucket and let it go away. So this is just a kind of a process. It doesn't really change anything. There's no fiscal impact on this. All we're doing is clearing up things and cleaning up things for the audit.
So that was one of the questions I had was for all the high amounts on here, so. I don't understand when you say like, okay, we budget 200,000 for it, it just kept getting duplicated?
Every time you upload the new approved budget,
Yeah,
it adds to the prior budgets. So if you don't zero out the prior years, in your mind, when you do the CIP, you're starting from scratch.
right.
The accounting software does not. It goes, oh, you have 150,000 left and you just added 200,000 for the next year. Now you have 350.
Okay.
And this was never done since we had Tyler. And it's a standard practice.
Okay.
So it's something we should have been doing every single year.
Mhm.
And in your mind you were, but in the Tyler software, we were not.
Okay.
And it does require board action.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, so now that makes sense to me, because I was saying if we have all this money and we're putting it back in, is this not a CIP adjustment? But this sounds like it's a accounting,
It's
it's an accounting exercise.
It's a
So
process.
we basically, when we say 200,000 and says, all right, 400,000, and if we kept this up next year, it would have been 600,000.
Yeah,
So
basically that's exactly what it is. And so you can see, and then these are where the projects are for the zone. So those are the number 210 on the very bottom there. You see the counts 210, 701. Those are the projects from the zone. There's 3 of them in there.
Would
So-
it be appropriate at this time to take the funds targeting the headquarters building and put them into the tunnel project?
So there's no funds.
There's no actual.
There's no money. This is just a process.
Okay, this, all right,
Yeah, all this is we have,
it's a
see,
process.
this is
Yeah,
basically taking these funds and restricting them.
Okay.
So we're unrestricting them now.
all right. Thank you.
So if you wanna, I don't know if there's any more board questions.
No more board question and no more public comment.
Do we have to take action for this?
Yes, we need a resolution.
Okay.
So you'll have to basically approve the staff recommendation of zeroing out all of these different fund accounts that are listed here.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, motion passes unanimously. Action item E, consider implementing an ad hoc committee to review and update board member reimbursement related policies and approve ACWA conference related expenses.
So this is an item that has been, was discussed at the last board meeting, was tabled, at the last board meeting. We came back, got some board direction from 2 of the board members and legal counsel. And at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to Frank to go over the discussion and where we're at.
Yeah, so, I just wanted to try to present to you, an option in terms of potentially a path forward. There's been much discussion over particular reimbursements at the May Aqua Conference. And I was asked to kind of look at the existing policies. And so I'm not gonna tediously go through the staff report, but it's 3 pages long, and I tried to set out in proper context what the policies say and don't say. On an issue like this, that's been obviously a lot of subject to a lot of robust policy discussions of the board. As staff, you're always in a position where you present something that may look like you're trying to put your thumb on the scale. I'm really not. I try to present as neutral of a staff report as possible, to try to shuttle what the arguments reasonably can be made on both sides. And I think the bottom line recommendation is for me, there are 2 main policies that are relevant, policy 4030 and 4090. Now, there's been some changes to 4030, but as I see it, the policy 4030, which was amended in June of 2023, and which applies to the discussion regarding the May of 24 aqua related charges, is what was applicable at the time. And essentially, policy 4030 in one section says expenses for lodging, travel, incidental expenses incurred for attendance at meetings, etc., are subject to prior approval by the board of directors. Okay, which on one hand is clear language. But on the other hand, in the same policy, in the very next section, it states upon board approval of the director's attendance of meetings. So upon a board approval of the attendance of the meeting, the district shall, which is mandatory language, you must make registration payments for lodging and travel expenses. The district shall make efforts to obtain reduced rates through early registration or other opportunities for rate reductions. So on one hand, it says travel expenses for travel, lodging, etc., needs to be approved by the board. The other one says, well, if they approve the conference attendance, the district shall make registration payments for lodging. In other words, you approve this one, it implies that you've approved or you've given approval for the other. It's not the cleanest language, okay? While the former language states travel-related expenses for lodging, et cetera, require prior board approval, the very next section mandates the district to make registration payments for lodging and travel expenses upon board approval of the attendance of the conference. So that's kind of the issue. At the same time, an argument could be made that the latter section's language does not abrogate the language of 4.3 of the prior section that also requires separate prior board approval of travel expenses. All that to say is, maybe you can read them together, maybe you can read in conflict with another, but the point is there is contrasting language that has to be honestly wrestled with. I don't believe someone could say it's very clear here what the policies say. And I'm clear on that front. I'm clear that there are good arguments.
They're clear, it's not clear.
I'm clear that it's not 100% clear, for sure. And that's not just a lawyer that's straining, what's the phrase? A camel's, yeah, that's not
Straw.
toe, straw, something like that. Yes, yes. I think just on its face, it provides some difficulties in interpreting. I think we go to policy 4090, which also is relevant to this discussion. And it states that cash advances or use of district credit cards for travel expenses is not permitted. So that's odd because the prior policy 4030 says the district shall make payments and actually use whatever means it can to get early registration and discounts. And 9 times out of 10 or 10 times out of 10, that's through block rates. And you have to use credit card in 2024 to book hotels. I don't know how you can do otherwise. So that language just convolutes the issue even further. So on one hand, you could read this language to see that it to mean that a director can only seek reimbursement by the district for its expenses. In other words, the district can never use a credit card to pay for travel related expenses. Well, how do you justify 4030 then? On the other hand, this language simply could be mean to that no director can have and utilize a district credit card at his or her prerogative in connection. In other words, I think what it means is no director can just be freewheeling on their own and use credit cards at their discretion. I think that's the intent of it. But again, the language doesn't say that, so I'm not going to be dogmatic about it. In other words, one could argue there's no conflict because 4030 simply speaks to allowing the district to use a credit card on behalf of a board member, while section 4090 makes clear the board member may not use a district card on his or her own behalf. In other words, you can't use a district credit card as a director on your own behalf, but the district credit cards can be used for you. Anyway, so you get my point. There's some other language discrepancies there. I trust that you read the staff report. To further complicate this, courts often look to past practice, course of conduct in interpreting ambiguous or conflicting policy language. As I think I gathered from previous board meetings, it's unclear whether, or at least there's some dispute whether, as over the past 6 years, the board has ever separately approved travel related expenses for travel, even within Sacramento County. If the board had approved conference attendance. So again, it's just not clear if explicit separate approval has actually been required in the past. And if not, that would argue that it's not required, and that would tend to reinforce the interpretation of the latter section of 4030. I'll just say the foregoing analysis is meant to simply highlight a couple of the primary issues and good faith arguments that reasonable minds can disagree on. So I think the bottom line is, the recommendation is, we, as much as I know we've had ad hoc deal policies, and so I know that there could be ad hoc policy fatigue at this point. But I'm recommending that all of these issues, in terms of travel, based upon who can get reimbursed to what authority. There are other issues in policy 4090 and 4030. I'm just highlighting a few of them. Get cleared up and clarified by the board as policy matters once and for all. by using ad hoc to focus on this specific issue to avoid further disagreement in the future on this issue. And it is in addition to that, based upon the fact that there's been a fair amount of disagreement on this topic, and I think there's reasonable room for disagreement on this topic. There appear to be good faith disagreements on it. And that the divergent board viewpoints are colorable and reasonable positions based on existing policy language. It's my recommendation that the disputed travel related expenses incurred in connection with the recent Aqua conference in May be approved by the board once and for all. And then this ad hoc will commit to clearing up this language so we can move forward and put this behind us. So that's my report.
I think it would have been shorter if you would just read the 3 pages.
You're probably right, actually. And it probably would have made more sense too, because I'm a better writer than speaker, so.
Director Stovall?
I appreciate the staff report. I've looked at these and went through them and, how it was all put together. I thought it was a great staff report. I do have a comment and a question. One is, if I recall, in another policy, was talking about having less expensive hotels in the vicinity of the conference.
Yeah,
And it's my opinion that if there is the ability to have the lodging at the, where the conference is provided, that's my preference for attendees.
that's actually an issue that I think needs to be looked at as well,
Okay,
because the language, and that's 4090.
yeah,
In 4090, it speaks to a preference of having the hotel, but then it says, but if there's reasonable
Yeah.
alternatives within proximity, I think that language needs to be tightened up a little bit. And it needs to be very clear what discretion people have or don't have in terms of what hotel they stay at.
And then,
And there's also some vagueness with respect to the controlling per diem guidelines, and how much is that mandatory? Is that permissive? I think all those things need to be looked at too. So again, I was just highlighting a couple of issues, but there's other things that need to get looked at. And I think 2 board members that have the most interest in it and the most experience with it, I recommend that if that's the will of the board, that they appoint those 2 members to it, because I think they would identify those issues probably and others.
and then you have to look at also the, potential Uber charges between the hotel that from the conference and where you're staying at that lower rate presumably. And then the breakfast per diem, that they usually give you complimentary at the place where you're staying.
Correct.
And also parking fees of $25 to $40 a day that you'd have to pay at the, facility. So,
All of those issues could be discussed and looked at
Yeah.
in terms of policy. Yeah.
go ahead, Director Smith.
I do have a question about 490.2.3.2, talking about directors traveling together whenever feasible and economical beneficial, providing the quorum is not involved. So my question is, can 3 people fly on the same plane if they don't sit together, but they gotta take a different taxi to get there?
They can sit they can sit together.
Just can't.
They just can't discuss district business.
Okay,
So, I mean,
that's what I wanted.
the rule is you can always, the rule is it's not a meeting as defined in the Brown Act unless you're discussing district business.
But it says provided a quorum is not involved. To me, that reads
Automatic.
3 people can't share a taxi.
That could be what the language means. Honestly, some districts have a brighter, more restrictive policy because they don't want the optics of it or the appearance of impropriety, even if though there is no actual impropriety. So that would be something that you could look at in the policy. I would say technically under the Brown Act, that's not a violation. But maybe the people that wrote this policy wanted to be more restrictive than the Brown Act.
It's my opinion, when you do look at it, to have the ability, if we go to a conference, we can share the same taxi.
And I was gonna add, that was one of the things to bring up as well, because this is also the post, flu COVID era as well, where we may not be forcing people to have to travel together as well. So that's another issue as well. I mean, many of us here have ended up with COVID, and anytime we travel, we are at least getting sick. So I mean, that's one of the things to look at in language as well.
Or perhaps define how many directors go to any particular event, because we go to the conferences.
Well,
There's
it's in the beginning. It says there is no restriction on the number.
because we see tables full of directors at conferences.
There is just different language in different
Yeah.
sections that we all have to clarify together.
I appreciate the work that everybody's done on this. There was a need, it needs to be filled.
Go ahead, Director Thurman.
And I wanna see this because we do have conferences coming up. I wanna see this happen on a fast pace. I don't want this to sit on the back burner for.
We do have a few hotel blocks open for.
And I would
things going on.
also add, if we could give direction to the Aqua Conference, which has to be, the blocks are open now, and the longer we go, we won't be able to get those blocks, so. if we wanna-
Where's that one at?
That's
Indian Wells.
Indian Wells.
And we also have Director Stovall, who's going to San Rafael November 3rd, and his block is already open as well.
For a required training.
For the board member training.
So I mean, maybe if we want, we can include in the direction to approve those ones that right now, you know, the aqua conference in May and then these immediate ones.
It's December.
I'm talking about the previous aqua
Oh, sorry,
conference in May, the aqua conference, which we don't speak of. And just kidding, just kidding. And then maybe the ones in the immediate short term, unless the ad hoc can do its work post haste, but I don't know. I think we need like some direction probably on that most recent one and the ones immediately upcoming.
If those blocks are open now, they go like hot.
Yes, I mean, the Aqua blocks were open for the executive board 2 weeks ago, and then it's opened up for the general, so probably in the next week, we won't have any.
This is the blocks for the hotels, what you're talking
Yeah.
about? Well,
Director Seaman.
And I think one point I want to make is none of this training is quote required. It is desirable, but none of it is required.
the issue I have is that one of the things that needs to get straightened out is like we just discussed, is the caps on how much you're gonna get reimbursed for the hotel.
Yeah.
So your blocks, your blocks, then we've had this discussion before. They got a block of hotel rooms for you with a discounted rate, but discounted off a 5-star hotel, it's still a hefty chunk of change. And the permit, the policy also refers to the GSA number, like for example, Sacramento was $145. That's the most you're gonna get reimbursed for a hotel. And so, if you're gonna go stay in this expensive hotel, you're not gonna get reimbursed for that. It needs to be, that's the way it is now. You understand what I'm saying?
And that's something we will bring back to the board, on what it wants to be.
Right. Well,
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that has to be
Who's the
done.
we?
Right.
That's been already
Whoever is
predetermined.
going to be the ad hoc committee, there is no determination because we didn't vote on it.
I think Director Saunders just meant the royal we, no specific we.
Whoever the we is, that's the ad hoc committee.
I just wanna see this get resolved sooner than later.
So we nominate or recommend Michael to the two. Could somebody make a nomination?
I
maybe?
think, I'm against what you had said about, having the people with the most interest involved. I think that's kind of a conflict of interest at this point.
I meant, yeah,
I beg your pardon?
no, I didn't, that's a good point. I didn't mean interest in that sense. I meant interest in that the ones that have had the most opinions or strongly held views about it is what I was, at least have been most vocal. So, and I'm not saying who that is amongst you. I'm just saying, you can decide amongst yourself, but I'm assuming you'll pick those that are the most.
And I just want to say, for the whole time we were talking conferences, that we should have some kind of a formal request that comes before the board. Not like what happened that last time where it was, oh, how many want to go here? Oh, I want to go here. Oh, I want to go here. That shouldn't be how it is. It should be, the conferences are coming up. What is in the conference that is going to benefit the district by you going? It's not just a blanket, I want to go to a conference. Mike goes because he has all the legislative stuff. I get it. That's a conference, certain ones.
That's not the only reason I go.
No, but I'm just saying.
But
that-
you're putting it on me, but that's not the only reason I go.
Don't
It's
take
not
it
just
wrong. I'm
legislative.
saying in a positive manner that you're going for specific reasons to there's certain conferences. Where if you're just going because you want to go, that shouldn't be the reason. It should be that now we have looked at this conference. There are X, Y, and Z classes that need to be addressed that would be good to learn. Yeah, you should go to that conference. But I still am under the premise it should be a pretty formal. These are the potential costs that are going to be incurred, and that kind of information comes to the board for approval.
Absolutely, I think that's something that ad hoc, that ad hoc committee, the board creates one, should look into.
We want to make a recommendation as to who those are. I thought it would be Mike and Michael, but anybody else got a input on that?
I'm fine with that.
I would like to be on it.
I'm the one that created this mess.
So was Mike.
I can't erase this.
Well,
I don't want to be on
now what do we,
I got a 5 mile radius.
how do we do this now, Frank? Do we need
No,
to do
No,
three?
you're getting discussion, you can see if you have 2 volunteers, if there's consensus on that, if not, then someone can make a formal motion. But, you know, I don't know if you've heard from everybody on who the ad hoc should be.
I mean, I still would like to be on this committee or this one.
What do you say? You want to be on?
Yes, I would like to be on.
I would recommend that Mitch and I are not on it.
We've established that, I think.
And
But you can't have 3, so we do have to,
It can't be 3?
it has to be 2 max, because otherwise it's a board quorum.
Want to recommend one more not be on it? Well,
I think it should be Mike and I.
So we can go consensus on,
We can go consensus, but I have a contrary view, so I think to respect all the members of the board, we should do a vote. And someone needs to make a motion, then we should do it that way.
Do we need public input first,
Every item requires public comment, yes, thank you. for that.
before we make a vote?
yes,
Yes, well, before you take the final vote.
All right,
You can technically get a first and a second and then go to public comment, but what you can't do is do the vote and then go to public comment.
all right, that's what I'm trying to clarify, like, I go to public comment.
would somebody like to make a motion?
No, I'd like to get public comment.
I'm gonna comment first.
That's what I'd like to see. Okay. Mr. Dowd, public.
I think Donna should be considered, and can we get reservations at Motel 6?
But you want to go?
No, I got 5 mile radius. I'm sleeping my
Sure.
I was gonna say, my brain is blank now. Because when he went over all these different, things are conflicting, when you do a new policy, didn't it go to legal to review before the policies were brought to the board?
Well, 409 is pretty old.
No, I know, it just seems like you do look at the policies before they come.
I do,
Okay.
I do, yeah, I mean. Like I said, 409 is pretty old and. Yeah.
Well, and then also you're trying to decide who's. Never mind.
We're gonna move along or what?
And
so you post public comment.
I recommend we do, just do a ballot vote, because if you do a regular nomination or motion, just the first 2 who get put up is gonna be voted on. So I said we do a ballot nomination of what 2 each one of us want to be on this.
How's that work?
Secret ballot or something?
No, we give it out. They read it still, but I mean, we put it out this way, it gives everybody the option to be considered.
So what you want me to do is write 2 names down on a piece of paper?
Yeah, we each write 2 names and give it to Liz to read out.
Oh,
And what's the reason for that?
When we do nomination, whoever the first 2, one person's automatically excluded. So this gives a better option of everybody to include whoever they want to include.
Why is 1% automatically excluded?
Let's say the motion is for Mike and Mitch. and it was Mike, and Robert wanted to be on it. He wasn't put on that option.
No, someone can just make a substitute motion. So I would recommend we just move forward with the motion, and if someone, we get a first and a second, and then if someone else has a different idea, they can make a substitute motion, and then we will vote on the substitute motion first, and then the main motion next. That makes sense to this board?
Okay.
So, someone can make a first and a second, if we have a first, second, we make the main motion. If somebody else wants to, doesn't like those two names, they can make a substitute motion, if that substitute motion gets a second, then we'll vote on the substitute motion first, if that doesn't pass, then we'll vote on the main motion. Okay? And we do roll call votes on these. So,
I start making a motion that Mike and I are on it.
you have a second?
I was gonna say Director Stowe will have his hand up to make a motion.
Yeah, I did, that's
I'd give him his motion first.
Oh, okay.
Director Stowe.
Put the
You have a
motion-
motion. on
Yeah, but we
the-
don't,
There's a motion on the.
but we didn't get a second, and he can make a friendly withdrawal of it if he's.
I'm not sure if Director Stone was seconding or he wanted to make a
No, I was gonna make a motion to have Donna and Michael on. See if there's a second on that.
I'll second it.
And I'd like to make a substitute motion that would be Director Thornborough and myself.
Do you have a second?
And I'll second that.
Okay, so we'll do the substitute motion first. And then we'll do it by roll call vote. And if that passes, we will not get to the motion made by Director Stovall.
So we vote on the second one first?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, I'm confused, but go ahead.
This isn't.
The second one was.
This
Mike
is,
on
this
Michael.
is, this is basically Robert's rules in practice.
Oh, there we go again.
That we don't follow.
So it was the second one was a,
Call the roll.
Donna and Mike.
Yes.
no, that was the first one.
The vote is now for
Mike and Mike.
Director.
Saunders and Director Thornborough.
All in favor?
No, no,
No,
no.
roll call.
Roll call vote.
Yeah. Okay, so Director Saunders,
Aye.
Director Stovall.
No.
Director Thornborough.
Aye.
And Vice President Seaman
No,
and President McDonald.
Aye, yes.
Our motion passes. Next item.
Is that the entirety of it? Is that the entirety?
Yes, that was the idea.
We're done.
The hotel part.
And yeah, sorry, that piece needs to be clarified. Thank you. The recommendation was also that the Aqua conference expenses for 2024, in May of 2024, they would be approved by the board.
And are we gonna do the other two hotel blocks, or I walked out for that, so.
I think I don't. So. I think that was a part of the recommendation, was in order to clean that up. And the idea of cleaning that up, we can include those Aqua 2024 expenses in light of the description, yes.
Director Seaman?
so was it approved originally?
That's the whole question. I mean, that's the big question here.
Do we have anything in the minutes anywhere that gives approval?
I have not seen anything in any minute that gives explicit approval of the lodging related expenses of the
Okay.
conference.
If you go back and look at the video, it was discussed. It was not an official vote. There was identification of who's going, but there wasn't
No
a board
approval.
motion. But it was presented and there was no objection at that meeting.
And again, based upon my staff report, what I tried to show was that that may not have been a practice and precedent of the district in the past to require such explicit separate approval. And again, we have language in 4030 that implies if you're approved to go to a conference, the district will pay for your lodging and hotel and travel expenses. So I think, yeah, it's an open question as to what kind of explicit approval is required, and that's why the suggestion was made to have an ad hoc form to look at that among other issues. And then in view of that, approve the Aqua expenses for May of 2024, knowing that there is this there's this delta that needs to get filled going forward. And this doesn't have to be a motion, we can just give general consensus to approve those.
We also need to officially approve people going to the upcoming.
That's up to the board, that's up to the
We
board.
did that 2 meetings ago.
Okay.
We said who was going to each conference, and I'm pretty
It
sure.
wasn't enough, it was just, who wants to go where?
I don't know, the board action was taken this one, I think.
Well, in that situation, though, the board members did say at an open meeting.
Yeah.
In response to requests, who was gonna go to this meeting, there was discussion about it. I think there was, again, that's where we need to, if that's gonna be an issue for this board, that's why we need to spell that out in the policy. Cause I was in the room that day, and there's this thing in the law called a, admission by silence, right? It's like, if someone accuses me of murder and I don't say anything, there's almost there's a legal concept where it's like, listen, you know, if you had an objection, you would have said something. So I'm not saying that the board approved it. I'm just saying that we need to clean these things up if those are the kinds of questions we're gonna have after the fact. And, so, but yeah, so May 2024 Aqua Conference needs to be addressed, and then if the board wants to, what do we do with stuff that's happening like apparently in November and December, or October, November, December? Do we want to just approve travel related expenses for all of that while this policy is getting cleaned up? Yes.
But can you? Because you're saying there's that potential that it's only the, whatever the GSA rate for the hotels could be approved.
It also does say, utilizing hotel block rates within the policies, so there's again,
It would always be whichever is for the benefit of the district, which would be monetarily.
I think that's why the policies have to get cleaned up. I think you're raising good points.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. How can we approve?
Cause that's not the current policy.
That's not,
I think you need to approve, I agree with you. It's not exactly clear what the approval, what the guidelines is.
approve
but
it and
I
open
don't think you
number.
are. I think what you could approve is, listen, you approved them to stay at whatever is the hotel for now, the block, you know, the group block rate for hotel. Cause assuming that's gonna be a reasonable price, and we just move forward, even though it's not perfect, and that's why going forward, these issues will be dealt with for 2025 and beyond.
And what we don't have to, also could say, we didn't have to pay for Uber charges or per diem and mileage driving from that other place.
That's not-
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into.
Right, what I'm saying is,
back and
right,
forth.
what I'm saying is,
That's
if,
not-
if we paid a higher rate at this block rate still, we didn't have to pay for parking fees, breakfast, and Uber charges or mileage between that lower price alternative here.
And I think for purposes, all I need to, listen, I realize it's a sensitive issue, but I think staff needs direction on what are we doing in terms of the next, and you have a couple board members looking to stay at places or go to these conferences. It's not gonna be perfect, but we are gonna make this policy perfect once ad hoc does its work. So just for the interim, what do you want to give the board? Or staff?
Go ahead, Director Stowe.
You want public input or a motion? I'm ready to make a motion.
We closed public comment on this item.
Okay, all right. I'd like to make the motion that we approve the conference expenses for the last CWDA and
ACWA. Aqua.
Aqua. My old job was slipping through.
Acronym.
And also, yeah, no, you're right.
Where's your list?
And also approve any block registration and hotels expenses for any conferences coming up within the next 2 months.
Will you give us 3?
3 months.
It's December is when the Aqua Conference is.
You got a second?
The one Indian Wells?
The block rates are already open. They're super fast. They're already selling out. So if I don't register, anybody going today or soon, then we have a problem.
And I'll just say there aren't a lot of cheap hotels in Indian Wells
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
So that's probably a safe assumption that those are gonna be on the cheaper side, whatever the block rates are.
I think it's around, don't quote me, but it's like low 200s.
And GSA is probably 89.
It's like 180, something, 160. I don't know. I off the top of my head, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Second,
Say your motion again. You're gonna cover the last one
the last one and
And
references
And
of
the
and the one in
next-
Indian
the
Wells.
next two.
through December.
It'll cover Robert's SDLF conference
In
and
October.
and I don't remember which all board members decided to go to Indian Wells. Off the top of my head, I believe it was director.
It doesn't matter, just say what conferences you're looking for.
Aqua, December 3rd through the 5th, Aqua Conference, and SDLF in November, the 3rd through the 6th.
But don't you have to have the, who is going?
I have it written down and who was approved. I don't know off the top of my head who was going.
Because the only one we know for sure is this one.
SDLF,
Yes,
and we approved the two of us to go to Aqua. At the meeting.
I guess what I was proposing was, yes, technically you want to get board approval of who's going, but the idea is for this brief dispensation of time for this next 60 to 90 days, considering the other policy that needs to be updated. Does the board want to give direction to approve director travel and lodging related expenses at the conference recommended hotel at those two conferences only, not anything else, the one and the two ones he just mentioned.
And you can say if previously approved.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
Well, wait a second. What do you say about if previously approved?
So we had a meeting where all the board members
Right.
approved, which
Yeah, that's a loaded statement.
Yeah, you don't-
Previously, that's
that
the
was
entire
loose.
question,
Yeah.
right?
We'll do
I
that
would take it without the previously approved,
Yes.
because that's the entire question here, whether it was previously approved.
yes.
I think what we're saying here is,
I'm talking about for the new ones, the two new ones.
yeah, even the two new ones,
Okay.
Yes,
it's still open question. So I
we're
think we
doing
just,
it today now.
So
We
we're
do.
doing the 3 months or something.
so seconded by Director Saunders.
Can we get a restatement of this motion? Cause I'm concerned.
You made it.
Yeah, does it include the past and?
yes,
future?
yes.
Okay, that's.
It
my
includes the
question.
past and then the next two specifically.
SDLF and Aqua.
Thank you for the clarification.
Seconded by Director Saunders, all in favor?
Aye.
Mitch,
Aye.
all right.
Under the rest.
Motion passes 5-0.
You need to,
None opposed.
is there any opposed?
None opposed, so.
Not opposed?
Mhm.
Okay. Moving on.
Okay.
That was it.
Now we'll go. Hang on,
Then we got, cross
Yeah,
connection.
public hearing. Okay, this time. Oh, no. Let's see, here we go. No, let's see what this one's. The public hearing, it's time. Before we go into public hearing, public, huh? And the time is 5:48 PM.
So we're gonna do a small presentation, then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll come back and have any board comments. And questions based on this amendment. Really quickly, Adam Brown put a ton of work in this, legal put a ton of work into this. So I'm gonna turn it over to him in a second, but what this is we require backflows at various different intervals throughout our service district. And this is a ordinance that is a legal requirement so that we can have this piece, it's kind of a piece to our puzzle. So this is something that we are trying to establish for these cross connection rules. So Adam, I'll go ahead and let you take it away from there.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, so the original Title 17 was adopted in 1987. We in the district had an ordinance 9105 that's been in place since then. In December 2023, the state board developed a new guidance handbook that is now the regulatory document that we need to follow, the district needs to follow. So this ordinance is updating 9105 to meet those new requirements and make sure we're in compliance and we have the correct authority to basically, you know, what it really comes down to cross connections, protect, you know, the district's water supply, treated water supply for all customers. So it's really just a formality and just kind of adding some definitions that were in the original one and making sure we have all the right requirements and enforcement within the new ordinance.
So, this time, we'll public, yeah, Sheree?
Okay, does this have to do with irrigation? This is what we're talking about, which I can do.
This has to do with all backflows that are within the district, so it could be somebody who is an irrigation customer who has to put one on their treated water supply. But it also could cover commercial buildings that have to put it on, say, a restaurant, they have to have a backflow. So this covers all backflows in all cross connection sources within the district.
Okay, and so the liquid gas would be like the gas station or the propane places if they have treated water there?
So it's commercial, so they have to have a backflow.
And we know the gas station does with their gas.
So
It says liquid gas and propane.
because the gas is liquid propane.
Right, okay. I just never heard it has something to do with gas. But this is the basic irrigate. What about people that have wells and treated?
That would also, I believe, go ahead, Adam.
Sorry, yeah, so how the regulation, the guidebook, so it's all based on like a cross connection survey. Part of it was adopting if you have auxiliary water supply. Auxiliary water supply is anything that's not supplied by the district as treated drinking water. So, you know, well, irrigation water, all those different would fall into that. And also if there's any kind of hazard associated with the property, there would be a backflow assembly would be required.
So like large water tanks, if somebody has a large water tank? Could be too.
Yeah, that'd be auxiliary water supply, yeah.
All right. I just thought it was irrigation.
Steve, okay, good. No more comment. Closing public comment.
Wait, we have to close public comment first.
You're right.
Okay, close, director.
What, Sheree brought up an interesting question. Because around here, if you go and do any kind of house building and stuff, you're required to put in those really big water storage tanks. So are they saying that, okay, when you go and do that, now you gotta put a backflow?
So if you're filling with treated water, no. That is treated water, that is an access, if you have two different, if you have a potable source and a non-potable source, that's where the backflow requirement comes.
Okay.
Well, water tanks come in and fill those for some people.
I mean, that's a case by case basis.
But if it's a direct, sorry,
I think, Director Steven.
Okay, director C.
if it's a direct connect to a tank, that say you have your potable water direct connect to have a float and it keeps it filled for whatever reason, then that should have one because, what? Let me finish. Here we go again. Because if that tank somehow gets contaminated because of something falls in it because the top comes off or something like that, and then that has the potential to backflow into our system, there is a potential for contamination from those tanks.
I mean, in general, it's a gray area, so yes, it should have a backflow, but it's a treated potable source. So
But if it sits for so long,
I'm not disagreeing with.
it's a contaminated source now.
I'm sorry, Donna, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, because I've had tanks like that where something, the top came off, somebody got in there, fell in and drowned. And, now it was pretty gross. But anyway, so now I have a contaminated tank that, in my case, I didn't have any, I had my own water, but if it's cooked to, potable water, now you're having a potential for it to backflow into the system.
Yeah, so I think the biggest part of this new guideline is establishing a cross connection survey. So part of it is, the district requirements. I'll get to your statement here in a sec. Part of the original state requirements was the district didn't have to have a cross connection specialist on staff. On this new guidebook, we do, and I've gone through the certification. I have that now. And then the second part of the guidebook is the major part of it is doing cross connection surveys. So obviously it's additional staff time we're going to do, but when a case like that, we will actually go out, I will go out and I will do a cross connection survey when after we do like a big survey, high elevation survey, then you get down to each parcel and you actually do surveys and you go on the property and say, okay, is this a hazard or not? Typically in that kind of case, I would say that would come under having a backflow device when someone has a tank that isn't managed by us, and it's interconnected with the system. It could create direct cross connection, and backflow would be required.
Yeah, because you would have to require them to have a brand new tank and have it maintained and tested to prevent.
Yep.
It's just yard watering.
So we can't take any more public comment though.
The question, for Adam. I've seen a couple systems coming out of the irrigation canal. One is where there's a miner's inch that goes into a holding tank and then it goes out with gravity fed to water garden or whatever. And in that case, there would be no cross connection protection, backflow protection, correct?
Nope.
So this is this was when we first started these backflows a few years ago. So how it's defined as the actual or potential. It could be a potential connection. If you have like irrigation customer has auxiliary water supply, that's cut and dry, black and white. Actual or potential, you would need a backflow preventer.
Even if it's just a gravity fed situation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because my next question, if it's pressurized, then it definitely needs it. Another question, is it possible to build into this that clarifying that the maintenance of a gravity system on a customer's property is the owner's responsibility and the district is not responsible for any buildup of sediment in those lines due to sediment in the ditch water?
This ordinance is more related to actually a cross connection. I think that'd be more of a irrigation ordinance question, in my opinion.
Okay,
You're required to flush your own lines.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So we can, if there's any more board comment, the process is we vote on it, we'll read the title of it. And then we'll vote on it and it will take effect after the noticing requirement. So, ordinance 2024-03, an ordinance of the Georgetown Public Utility District establishing rules and regulations for cross connection control. So we would need a motion and a second for that.
I'll make a motion that we accept this ordinance.
No, sir.
First reading.
It's not a first read, it's the only reading.
Oh,
It's an
okay, never
adoption.
mind then.
We notice it and it takes effect once it's done. We don't do the first, second reading anymore. That's a city council requirement, not a public utility requirement.
Yeah, the second.
I second, I thought somebody else.
All in favor?
I second it.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion adopted. Zero opposed. Go ahead, Jerkerson.
I'd like to do item 11 before we do the closed session while the public's still here.
Item 11. It's the items for future agendas.
Oh. Go ahead. So I did request for December meeting and also in light of this that we bring back the actual approval process for the conferences that are coming up the following year. Also because in December meeting, we also choose our officers and potential positions. So positions may change and people may be going to different events and we'll also have a different policy in place. So that'll cover the new 2025 conferences, so we'll bring it back because some of those conferences were already added and we can bring them back and have it go with the new policy.
Yeah, so we already have that on our calendar, so that will be taken as part of the board initiation process when swearing in, and in that lump of items that happens every December.
But when are we gonna start the ad hoc
Oh, before starting that now.
You gotta do it
This is
start it
different.
now and get it done.
This is after that is done, we're gonna reevaluate all the
You and I worked
conferences.
on it.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna reevaluate all the conferences, we're gonna bring it back, and we're gonna do that every December as opposed to in July. As people change positions on the board, and as people change positions, say JPIA representatives or RWA representatives, whoever you're representing, you'll have a different take on which conferences you may want to attend. So that was the purpose of moving it to there.
All right, very good. That's it, okay. Yes. At this time, before adjourning to closed session, I'll open it for the public comment period. I see none, not closed for public comment, it's now 6 p.m. And we'll take a 10-minute break.
Should be clear though.
Okay,
Wait, let me make sure. they're full.
it's 8:59 PM. Returning back from closed session with nothing to report out at this time. Moving on to agenda, item number 11 on the agenda. It's,
Already did that. We did that.
oh,
You already did.
that was just you and everybody. Okay.
Unless anybody else has anything.
Okay, then, next meeting date will be 2 PM, October 3rd, 2024. This night, I'd like to seek a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. 9 PM.